Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like access, and then you got people like access, and then you got people like access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do with
it. And then you got people like access, and then you got people like access, and then you got people like access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Alright, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, Access Rattblood. And do not mistake my intentions. Just because I made a moral call off of something that directly crossed a particular boundary of what I deem to be even less than degenerate-minded behavior, doesn't mean I've accomplished some moral right or some self-grandiose ideal of a justice warrior by any shapes of the means. I am still the vermin on this side of the metaverse YouTube platform. I am the scourge. But it's good to see, for me, when somebody crosses that boundary and that line, who responds and who doesn't, who stands up and says, you know, you're getting a little bit intrusive with your disposition. And it's interesting to see all these people who continually parade the ideal that they want a better platform in this community. They want people to do better. But it seems to me, after I took consensus from my last live this afternoon that the moral majority of you are sick as fuck. The lack of responsiveness, the lack of indication for your detest. And that's why you get what you deserve. You get the media you deserve. You get the entertainment you deserve. Because you'll call yay and no to whatever you choose to suit your desires. But when it comes to a morality call, you really don't want to know what I think of you people right now. Which thus reinforces who I actually am. I devour monsters. That's my station in life. I don't mind coming behind the moral decline with an ass paddling for every individual that participates, involves themselves, or who has complained or voiced any type of concern or what they want to see, how they want things done. But when that opportunity arose for a voice to be heard, every one of you fell short, except for a couple of people did make a reasonable, I suppose, showing, whatever that indicates. But it does show me the temperature of the environment that I'm in. It does show me how depraved this digital circus is. And to think that we're moving into an age of technology where the infrastructure and communications, not only with your services, your providers, whatever that may be, and even your social existence is going to be more of a reference platform to maybe this type of social media. Something better, something worse. But it doesn't change the fact that this is an absolute indication of exactly where the moral compass with this particular platform lies. Jack, how's it going?
Axis, we're up, man.
Hanging in there, JG. I got a burr in my side over some bullshit that was posted, man. I just made a stand, and I'll probably regret it, but most dignant moves are that way. That's why I avoid them. As long as I'm in the dark, I know it's easy to see. But when you bring it to the forefront and you base your advantage and ideal on the backs of those who can't represent, defend, or even hold their ground against what you're doing, well, that's worse than a rapist. It's like, especially when it's done to those who are a lot less fortunate than others. I guess I never slew a man that wasn't able to stand and fight. Whatever that means.
Check this out. Utah.
Oh yeah? Made it all the way to Utah.
Yeah, I'm Mormon now. Woo!
Oh. Yeah. Did you go to Moab? In the desert?
Went through that area.
Wasn't that nice?
It was pretty dark, but I was watching. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
A beautiful area. Very beautiful area.
Dude, I hopped a
That's-
train from Vegas up into Utah, and the area I was going through, like all these tunnels and shit, no lights at all, no cars, nothing, no moon. It was just complete darkness, man. It was fucking amazing.
Bet that was a thrill. That
Yeah,
had to have
yeah,
been
yeah.
absolutely breathtaking.
Well, it's like dreamlike when it's that dark and no moon too, and it's just like, dude, it feels like a dream. And it wasn't too cold, it wasn't too hot. I was like, well, this is wild, you know.
So what I always liked about that area, man, one is the fact that it was so dry, and secondly is as far as a, a night sky, it just vast,
Yeah, yeah,
vast and amazing. And
yeah.
there is a certain feel to, the West that just you cannot replace it. There's
Yeah,
no place other that has that same feel or descript to it.
right. Yeah, that desert, crystal clear sky, like the air. It's the best, man. Like I spent time in California recently, and it was I was like, ah, fuck this weather. I'm going back to the desert.
Yeah, I never could get over the California attitude. I did not like the California attitude, and especially people that were native to California seemed to be stuck in California with that state of mind. And
Yeah,
it
yeah,
varied a little by where you went, but there's such a I don't know if it's a pride or just conditioning because they don't have certain conditions that we fight with out here in the Midwest. But my boundary for what I consider to be my country stops right after Nevada. It's right there on the Nevada line. That's it. That's as far as I go. So, I've got a lot of appreciation for your plight going to California. Oh man.
yeah. It's just even being in Vegas, man. It's Las Vegas is for a certain kind of person, certain kind of mind. You get out of Vegas, like the place I'm at now, and it's just like, yeah, these people are. It's different, you know.
Oh yeah.
You're in Vegas, and dude, it is a rat race. It's just fucking nuts, man.
It has a pace that you have to adjust yourself to. You have two dominant breeds of people out there: losers and winners. And people go there to become winners. It's a trip.
Well,
I know.
that place is a straight up trap, man.
Yeah, man. What do you think? It's like gambling capital. I mean, Jesus
No, I'm
Christ.
just saying, like people that spend time there, live there. I'm not saying all of them, but people. It's Vegas, dude. Like that energy.
Yeah, I didn't spend much time with any of the locals. A lot of the people that I dealt with were transient or just coming to visit. You know, vacation, looking to strike it rich, had some extra money, whatever. It was just all the attention. That was I didn't like all the movement and attention everywhere. I just nah.
Dude, when you
Nah,
go to a gas station to buy like fucking, some food and there's this guy like tweaking, playing fucking slots in a gas station, and you're just like, oh, look at this sucker. Like, you know, it's
yeah,
shit like that. It's like I'm not I'm not like it doesn't bother me that much, but I'm like, yeah, I don't want to see that shit. Like, that shit's whack as fuck, you know?
yeah. It's definitely an interesting place and brings out the character in some people or the monster in others. Depends on what side of the table you're on. And I tried to avoid Vegas. Nostalgically, had to, but for my best interest and self preservation, nah. No, you're right. It was a trap, and it would be too easy to fall into it. You know. So I thought, fuck, I better head back to Arizona and at least get with the format of things.
Yeah.
Something a little more real.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Get away from
Yeah,
the big cities.
it's a grand illusion out there, and it weaves an incredible spell if you go out there with any hope. You know, if you go there expecting to lose and expecting people to have their I don't know, eyes on you all the time, yeah, you know, I can see that it could be fun, but you know, I just it would be too much sensory overload, too much hope, too much potential for disastrous loss, putting myself in harm's way, and yeah, I can more appreciate your ride through on the train, definitely. So, are you in? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it.
Are you in Salt Lake City itself?
No, no, I'm staying away from Salt Lake City. I'm not a fan of that place.
So no urinating on any sacred places or anything like that for you, huh?
I mean, I'll do it, but yeah, I'm good on that.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. I get kind of particular about that particular temple they got up there. Yeah, they enough of them that they could cause you some discomfort and lack of a warm welcome. That's why I stay the fuck out of Salt Lake City.
Yeah, that place is ass. Provo's pretty cool. Like they're Provo's got a pretty cool geography, but Salt Lake, like that downtown vibe,
Mm.
it's full of fucking flunkies and crackheads and shit. Like the streets are a bitch because it's like, ah man, there's all types of like little kids that are grown men running around out there, just like they don't know how to like act on the street. You know, that's what I constantly see is like dudes just like can't stay in their own fucking zone, right? They gotta like ask you a question or can I get a cigarette and then try to talk to you. It's like it's just certain things, man.
Well, I can tell you, JG, I've got a lot of appreciation for what you do because I knew how free I was and how much true living I experienced out there. And now that I see, I've got an even deeper perspective on where this digital interaction and true interactions with just the human mind has gone, and I'm watching it just decay, and I'm thinking this is the majority of people that are generally every day walking around you, and the
Right,
way
right.
they think, the way they feel, and what their true intentions are, and what they seek out. And
Yep.
I've measured it, JG, to the point where I can't find nothing but disgust, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're conscious of stuff. You see it with people. You get fed up with people, and then it's like you take all that focus and energy onto like enjoying the outdoors or traveling. Doing outdoor shit, solitude. It's like it's kind of a blessing. It's like when you got guys like just when you got these dickheads on the panels and shit, and it's like, yeah, motherfuckers aren't changing. It's the same bullshit, and it's kind of like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna
And I don't want to change. Yeah, I don't want to change anybody. You know, I have no problem with that. You
Well,
know, if
dude,
you want to set me,
it's not about changing people. It's just it's literally like, yo, just letting people know. And
yeah,
then
yeah, I
and
agree with that.
right. It's like if somebody's manipulating you or doing something or you know, it's like, yo, like what the fuck?
Call them
Like
out.
right.
Yeah,
But
yeah, absolutely.
people want to double down on shit and they want to
Well,
it's they're
I just don't generally concern myself with any type of static I get online or on these panels, or I don't take this shit offline with me.
dude,
But
there's a dominance thing in here, and then there's cognitive dissonance, and like dudes like they're low key haters, and then you know sneak dissing and shit like that. Like there's a lot of like indirect like fucking pussy shit going on. You know,
right, right. Well, the only reason that I even found myself in a situation of moral questioning about somebody else's content or the way that they act or how they presented themselves, because I think everybody can stand up for themselves. If they're in this community and they're on these panels or they're participating in the chats, more power to you. You know, do what you got to do. Have your fun with it. Argue, fight, whatever you're going to do. But when you start living off of the backs of those who are less fortunate as a promotion for your message or your agenda, well, I had to question my own integrity there. What if that was my child?
who are you getting at, or what's this YouTube post that's bothering you?
Oh, the Sanity Machine went through and posted a whole bunch of videos and shorts on handicapped and disabled kids, less fortunate children, and situations to point out what a hell realm this is for his agenda. And at first, I let it go, and then he started a campaign, and he put up several videos, and he's just making fun of the less fortunate and the undeveloped for his ideal of you understanding that this is a hell realm and God isn't fair. Well, you know, count your blessings that you're not that way.
Well, I got to see it, but I'm not even interested, man.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's in such bad taste that after I got offline, I was like, damn.
I got to see
That
it
was,
if I want to talk about it, but yeah, I got you.
yeah. Yeah, and fuck, man. You know, I'll do just about anything that my heart's desire as far as displays, spectacles, or I just I don't hold things that valuable to me when it comes to how people think of me. It's what I think of myself. That's the important thing. Can I wake up with me tomorrow and be happy with that? Yeah, you damn right I can. I'm content. But when you cross that line, man, and put it in my face, you may not like the result. You may not like what comes with it. You know, a lot of people aren't as mentally, um, I guess, agile as some people are on here. And some people just come to talk, chill, lay back, argue, debate, whatever. And that's fine. You know, have your fun, spoof, you know, troll a little, whatever you're going to do. But when you start putting videos up, that would be like me putting a video up for my channel, making fun of the less fortunate so you would come to my channel so I can tell you you're in a shitty world.
Well, yo, I'll tell you this: the best people you're gonna have conversations with in these panels are the people that are emotionally intelligent and that are conscious and considerate, and
Yeah,
know,
I've always had pretty good, discussions on here, and I've
I'm
always
saying
been
that,
able
like
to.
the people that are there's certain people that got it and certain people that are just posers, and
Yeah,
they're not
that's
really
the.
they're like asleep at the wheel. You get what I'm saying? They fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, they're on autopilot. I believe that. But see, I also don't think everybody was born with a soul. For those that were born with a soul, I believe there is a counter to that because everything has some type of resistance, some type of opposition to make it substantial. And if something does have a living energy and a moral compass, then there's something to counter that is dead inside and has no moral compass. One can't exist without the other. But that's just a philosophy I have. You know, a dead battery, like I said, holds no charge, gives no energy, takes no energy. It's like a stagnant pool of water. It just festers. And you drink from a stagnant pool, you get what you take. It's just hit me wrong, man. And maybe no, no, no. I said what I had to say. I don't know if you caught any of it on Talcott's or even I even went over and followed them. And they ran to Pathetic Warriors channel after Jack shut his channel down. Um, nah, I did what I had to do.
I didn't catch Talcott's. Usually, what I'll do is if I'm watching Talcott, I'll watch it for 10, 15 minutes. I'll
Y-
watch something else for a bit. I'll check back to see. I'm not watching the full thing from start to finish.
Yeah, I was only on there for a very short amount of time, but enough to get my message across. You know, and that's
But
just a principle that I took on. It's just something was it right or wrong? I don't think that you should kick a dog when it's down. If it's not posing you any type of opposition that you can't take, but if it can't defend itself because of circumstance and not self-inflicted, uh, I don't know, disadvantage, then I don't think that it should be made sport of. Only cats. Cats have a bad habit of that, playing with their pre-kill, amusing themselves with that which they have disabled. And even that serves a purpose in the grand scheme of things. But indignant behavior to the degree that was pushed with this promotion of his channel, man, just fuck. That's all right. I got to count the heads of the people who were screaming in the streets of YouTube that they wanted things to change and they wanted the panelverse to be more informative and less drama and less bullshit. Well, I didn't hear their voices. You know, Venus was there. It was nice to see her there. And some of the other people that have been through here were there. The Freak, he's a good guy. You know, there's a few of them, but the majority was listless.
Well, dude, it's like a bar. I mean, this shit's like a bar. Like there's like YouTube barflies. You know, I'm one of them, but
Why?
dude, I can't let these fuckers like persuade me and try to dupe me and let all the propaganda.
No,
You know, like I can't be this like person other
no, and
people trying to be.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think anybody should be a pushover that's going to be in this arena. I truly believe that if you come to this arena, you know, you're either going to sink or swim, and that's pretty much the way it is. Either you can hold your own or you can't.
It's
But
too easy. It's too easy to swim. Like it's really easy to fucking deal with this shit. You know. What
yeah,
what
it can
what
be.
what makes you sink is when you're constantly fucking, you know, just manipulating people, and then you know when you're constantly trying to create this shock and awe. You know, it's like, come on, man, stop acting like a
Right?
fucking Nazi. You know, like people got an angle. Even the Steven dude, he's fucking out of his mind. Like, you know, he gets carried away. He digs holes. He digs fucking canyons, man.
Yeah, you know, back in the day, I even went as far as to bitch smack, I bitch smacked with Ian for a bit. I bitch smacked with Z for a bit, and a few other channels, and you know, I didn't pull any punches. And the last one, whenever me and Tommy, Illuma Tommy, got into it, and he went to the police and the internet service providers, and that's when I thought, you know, that's kind of crossing the line to me.
Right.
And I went ahead and utilized what resources I had to be able to protect and prevent that, but to be able to defend against it in a offensive way. So I pretty much, you know, do as I want as long as I keep my nose in my own backyard or my own peer group. I don't find any resistance really. But damn, man, is this what we're in for as a construct for social development for the next generation or the generation after that to come? Is this the depraved state that children are going to grow up with such liberal idealism to just absolutely antagonize a person into submission, depression, potential suicide? I mean, fuck, man. Really? Think about it. You know, it made me take a second look, and I started going to some of these channels that were a lot of people struggling out there. And I thought, man, what a privilege it is to be able to be healthy enough to be able to interact on a digital platform and just completely make an ass out of yourself. That's entertainment. Just sad to see, man. So I have a lot of appreciation for your endeavors. You're kind of my insight to some of the things that are not in my local neighborhood. So you're appreciated, JG. You really are.
Likewise.
You know, I may not be the most morally upright character in the world, but I'm not a degenerate. I'm just a freak. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's just a label, but like to say you're a freak. I mean, I there's some real freaks out there, man.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, there truly are. Wow. You know, the hell of it all, JG, is I've been off my medication for so long now that, you know, physically and mentally, I'm pretty much past any type of need, want, or desire for any medication or anything to assist, and I fired everybody.
Why is that? Medicate about the medication. Why have you stopped using it? The side effects?
No, no, I had an epiphany,
Yeah.
and I knew that I couldn't continue forward and be of any assistance or use to people who really need me right now if I was just going to continue on a downward spiral into a demise. So I forced myself into a situation where I had to relinquish any type of assistance and any type of medication and endeavor forward.
Well,
You know,
what's the demise that the medication brings? Like, what's the negative, the
just
hassle?
just allows me to go to pretty much go without a excessive amount of resistance to my body and my mind.
Yeah.
I can't endure. Yeah, you know, there's not a lot left of me, dude. But what is left needs to be utilized for a different reason than my own. So, to give someone else hope, I sacrificed my comfort. I suppose that's part of the reason I was inclined to make a stand. It's a hell of a choice, JG.
Is it a good choice though?
So far, nah. So far, it's been an uphill battle, but has it brought me clarity and understanding on a lot of things? Absolutely has. You know, I'm much more effective in what I do and what I have to offer whenever I'm not sedated and dying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. You know, I'm dealing with people who've abandoned all hope. And what little bit of hope they have relies on me being a part of that. They really depend on me. And I didn't realize how much they depended on me until they reached out to me. And when they reached out to me, it shook me from head to toe. And I realized that, wow, I guess I do have some significance to other people somewhere.
Yeah, you just got to keep taking care of yourself, man. You know.
Well, I tell you, JD, I haven't been this clear minded and this far removed from some type of numbing that I'm just now getting past sensory overload and stimulation. If you catch what I'm saying, I'm getting back to a sharper state of cognizance and interaction, and that's what these people need from me. Now, I'm not talking the metaverse; I'm talking in real life.
Right, but that's what you need first and
Well,
foremost.
hmm I'm not saying I didn't, and I don't.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm
that
just saying
I didn't recognize it, man. You know, I was content and happy just spiraling out. I'll lay here and fucking eat pills and play on the internet until I die. That was fine with me. You know, I
yeah.
was
I
on
mean
that.
that's like yeah, that's the wrong mentality. But
Well, that's the trajectory I was on, man.
right,
I had a technical mind. I'm very extremely capable of fucking shit up. I knew that. I thought, fuck, I'm gonna have some fun on my way out. I just sit here and eat these fucking pills, play on the internet, you know, wash my feet, bring me food, and I'll fucking move on.
yeah.
But
I guess
nope.
you were in a rut and you got yourself out of that rut. You're feeling better. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. It was hard to sabotage those dependencies.
good man. Good energy.
Well, we'll
My
see when it.
chakras, my chakras are smiling.
Okay, are you for real, man?
It warms the cockles of my heart to hear that you are in a better state of mind.
Oh, I thank you, JG. And believe me, I haven't had a negative interaction with you, and I have actually listened to you because I admire what you do. You know, and I've always enjoyed being able to interact with you because I know with you something is fresh, something is new, whether it be a perspective, a place you are, something you're experiencing, or even a word of advice and wisdom. And I have fun when you troll sometimes. You got a character to you, and
Yeah,
that's
well,
even appreciated.
I can't troll because my voice is my voice. Like if any voice I do, you can hear it's me. Like I don't have I can't troll like other people can troll. But when I'm doing it, it's really just it's not serious. It's more just for laughs.
Yeah, yeah, you're not out to
I'm
inflict
not
any
giving
type of.
you. I'm not trolling as like a Brad Pitt performance. Like I'm not trolling as just like top tier performance. No shit. I'm just saying. Like I don't. Some people take that
Yeah,
shit. They really take it far, and which is awesome. You know, it is funny at times, but I'm not getting that fucking gung ho on it.
no, no, I have other resources and platforms and invested time in other things. This
Right.
was just kind of a enjoyable social arena for me, and it was kind of fun, and until it crossed the line, and it did it in my backyard, and I was like, hold on, this is actually causing people some serious issues, and I know how hard I am to really offend. You really got to start pushing my buttons,
Right.
and you can get me to react. But no, this, you know, was was so far out of league to what I consider to be uh, even trolling. And I even said, not even Tommy went so fucking far as this shit. And he's a fucking gimmick whore for any type of view.
Yeah, he brought something up the other day, and I was like, damn, he's still trying to like manipulate me. You know, he's still like trying to have control, but he played the shit out of himself. Like he's only fooling himself with a lot of the shit he's saying and doing. But I mean, that's his problem. I can just sit back and observe and just, you know, you can beat people with like nothing. Nothing's a cool hand.
Well, a gentle word sometimes soothes a disturbed or troubled mind, and that was one that I was subjected to here recently too. A good friend of mine from early in my life that's been an influence with me all the way up, as me and him have been in contact with each other, and he's a very wise individual, and he's been turning me on to some support, emotional, mental, helping connect some lines and dots and putting things together. And I'm like, man, that is awesome. All right. Maggot, Vex. All right. Let me drop the link out there too. Yeah, Gigi, I'm still somewhat, I guess, in some sense of the manner, still human. Still have the ability to feel compassion for someone else, and I really don't. I'd really hate to see that completely removed from my moral compass or even the way I conduct myself. As long as it's only affecting me or those who choose to interact, I don't have a problem with that. Because what are you going to do? Bruise my feel good? You want to take my birthday away? What?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't have a psychological war. There's no psychological war with you. There's no nonsense. But other people, they create the psychological war.
Well, yeah, that's what concerns me about.
Do this, like they do this kind of ignorant, like they'll be ignorant to their own things they're doing.
Oh, well, when I called Cage and Dom out, you seen how that went? I called
Yeah.
Sandy Machine, Bex, Cage, and Dom out. Open the platform up. Come on, let's go. You want to play? Jump in my backyard. Let's go for it. I'll play with you. But it wasn't that serious. It wasn't that deep. I haven't seen Dom around since then. Cage has been live a couple times, but I'm not interested. I don't need a dad. I don't need someone over top of me trying to dictate how I should feel about his ideal of metaphysics or his approach to life or his concepts. Man, I got my own, and I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, Cage, he was backseat driving a bit. Like people try to backseat drive, and then they try to.
Yeah, and that's just Cage's personality, and when he comes to terms with it, then maybe he'll develop something different. But until then, I'm not gonna ride that merry-go-round.
Right.
And whenever Dom took it from chats to pushing an agenda behind the scenes, and then using up and discarding all of his resources in the same manner, he was a troll. And I was like, fuck this too, You want to run around and scream, where's the being? Where's the being? Well, motherfucker, tell us, where is it? We'd all like to know. Tell us where it is. Couldn't do it. And to me, that's no better than somebody speculating or flat earth arguing, Teach me something, motherfucker. Don't expect me to give you a free knowledge ride whenever you're not going to contribute to the point where it became trollish. It truly did. Just
All right,
glad
well,
that
I got to bounce, man. I'm just thought I'd stop by on the front porch and have a soda with you. So I'm gonna get back to my house and do some Mormon prayers.
there you go. Be sure to tell Joseph Smith and Brigham Young that I said hi. Please send more people. I'm really missing you guys. Yeah, it's been quite the turn of events type of day. It's been quite the interesting situation. But it is nice to see that there's still some type of morality before all this winds up becoming too much, and no one's able to escape it. And they lose track of the fact that behind every icon, behind every chat, as long as there's a human behind it, has some type of feeling, some type of investment, or maybe they're just broken and have shortcomings, and this is the only way that they truly have to deal with it, which has been kind of something I've observed about this particular brand of YouTube and this particular arena has been there's a lot of people with some serious struggles with themselves. And the last thing that they need is to be belittled for it. Cool, okay, Joe. Welcome me up then. Be nice to have you. I suppose I should be thankful to those with the least amount of moral compass. I like to know what's in my neighborhood, who my neighbors are, who's living across the street, who I'm standing next to in the store. And instead of wondering what I look like to them, I'm more concerned as to what the fuck they look like to me. Because I've seen the cerebral mind working on this platform, and I've entered the data. I've done profile managing. And if this is any indication as to what the general populace is and has to offer in the way they think, yeah, got a lot to be desired as far as social aesthetics. Not only that, but you got to consider that the next generation that's coming up, maybe your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren, are they going to have the same moral compass and agility that you do when it comes to these platforms and interactions? And are they going to be the strongest mind out there who's developed themselves some skills to be able to get by in a social structure that is based off technology? You know, it's hard enough for me to adjust to a lot of the new trends that came when I was developing earlier in life online. I mean, and I was around quite a bit during the QAnon, and you know, my peer group was Jordan Sather, Richie from Boston, John X Army, Enter the Stars, KJ, What's Happening, KJ Osborne. And those are names that most people these days don't even recognize, and they don't know and don't understand how social conditioning and injection of information and the power it has, unless you were there for the QAnon movement. I got to see some really intelligent people, some really bright minds at that particular time on 4chan, waiting for the next Q drop. And they were building their channels up and being so informative, and they were changing the world with the white hat. Oh man, it was happening right then and there. That was part of my peer group. And when it was all over with, what went from a movement became a reason to get your channel shut down, became a reason for them to censor you. And I knew then, when I seen that, exactly how powerful this medium was. I was there. I waited for that next Q drop. I hung around 4chan. I was determined that I was gonna see it go down. The great revolution of moral dignity, making a stand. And when it was all over and said and done, I got to look at the ashes of people who invested their life into that particular set of information. I was at an absolute state of shock when I seen people begging for money because their platform is entirely based off of Q and drop. I watched grown men tear up. I watched channels get shut down. I watched platforms that had such an incredible subscriber base making such an equitable living that when it was over, they got kicked to the curb. Their platforms, their investments, their subscriber base. Now you don't even hear those names. You don't even know that they existed unless maybe you happen to have remembered them, or by some rare occasion you're subscribed to them. And to be on here now and to see that there's just a social interaction situation taking place and not a direction, not a cause or some type of hopeful reality that could manifest from someone posting information. And it's just a shame to see such a medium with such potential to have social interactions. And I'm not saying good ones or bad ones. I'm not even saying happy or sad ones. But even in general society, as extreme as I can go with trying to, I don't know, just fascinate. How's that? I do have a particular line that I do not cross, because I wouldn't want that line crossed with me. Though it has been on more than one occasion. I have enough personal stamina to ride that off. I have enough technical ability that it can't become intrusive. But not everybody, not everyone is quite that fortunate. And it's kind of an interesting phenomena to watch how trolling has actually transpired and developed into what it is now. And the measures that people will take to captivate, hold, or entertain a subscriber base or a platform or people who invest in them, and how far they will allow their dignity as an individual to compromise their morality for what? You know, it's like I said, I'm an entertainer. I do this shit for a living. This is what I am. You know, I hate the hater. You know, I'll disrupt the disruptor. I'll shock the people who are trying to shock you. Doesn't bother me a bit. But damn, maybe by some grand stroke of intervention, there was a point in these last few generations that have grown up with this type of technology that at least a few of them, I'd like to think, just set their phone down, walked outside, maybe sat in the sunlight, played with the neighborhood kids. I don't know. Went and did something that didn't require them to be emotionally charged and stir. I'd like to think that that seed, just like the anti-war movement in the 60s, the movements that have transpired throughout the years, that somewhere there's a anti-technology innovative group of people that still believe and I think some of them come here. I know I've seen some beautiful people in this chat, some beautiful people on this panel. I've seen some great inspiration. I've had great interactions. I've had fun interactions and some that weren't so fun. But I grew up with computers and digital interaction as a part of my life. That was a part of my everyday. You know, all the way back to even when I first got married. You know, a computer in my possession was not far removed. I mean, it's what I did. It's a part of everything that I had built into music, technology, cakewalk, DOS, you know. And then I developed an understanding for something that was called ICQ and various other interactive formats. And we had trolls, but not like this. We'd spoof each other, cat flutters, blue screens, knock you offline, you know, throw your communications in the garbage so you had to reconfigure everything. But we didn't go for the throat, not in that manner. We we kept the handicapped, the disabled, and the children out of it. But we were deviants online. I mean, we were monsters to each other, and whoever had the upper hand or the better technology, or they had a newly developed spoof. You know, they kind of ruled the roost when it comes to trolling. So you had to stay up on these guys. And with everything being so proprietary and app oriented and touchscreen functional, getting into the developer mode and writing something that can interface with this technology is becoming more and more elusive. And I think that a lot of that reflects in the frustration that comes across on these channels. If they knew how to utilize the technology they had in a different way, maybe they would approach it with a more constructive way of thinking, constructive idealism. But technology snuck up on everybody, man. Technology was something that a lot of people weren't ready for, and especially to the extreme levels that this can go. You know, making and breaking characters is one thing. But when you start truly emotionally disturbing people without any concern or repercussion, well, I suppose that's kind of where my forte comes in. I will troll the troll. I will program the programmer. And that's not my ambition. It's not my forte or endeavors into social media. I was just having fun on my way out. But I can see where there's a need. I can see where people are struggling to adjust, adapt, sustain, develop. It's not an easy battle, man.
Makers, but from his own unconscious. I mean, if you take his very first movie, which is
Hello?
in relation to
You got some noise going on there, brother.
Hello, so hold on.
what I've read.
What's up?
Oh, just hanging out on this side of the metaverse, man. What's up with you?
I was just wondering how you got 67,000 views on your first video.
How do I know that if I give you that information, you are just going to hand it to your friends and start YouTube channels and use that particular system to promote every video you got into a hundreds of thousand potential content? Why would I do that?
That's exactly what I would do with it.
No. Exploit it? You know how long it took me to develop that algorithm? I absolutely will not. No. I'm sorry. I don't know you. And I'm not giving those types of trade secrets out to anybody, man. You know? And I damn sure don't want people to start utilizing those resources to develop their trash content. Not interested. That's why you don't give everybody a gun. What's that?
What makes you think I'll use it for trash?
I didn't say you would. I just said I don't know you. I don't know what your intentions are. I don't know what your confidentiality level is. I don't know. You know, is it repeatable? I will tell you, yeah. Does it work? Absolutely. Will I use it again? Eventually. Am I going to abuse it? Absolutely not, because one day I may have to depend on it. One day the floor might get kicked out from underneath of me, and that particular algorithm that I have may do just what I need to sustain me financially, for food, resources, maybe even shelter. And that means more to me than just throwing that type of information out there. You understand my strategy?
Don't you want to help people?
I never said I wanted to help anybody. Never made that claim.
You
As a
don't want
matter
to
of
help
fact, I generally tell people to kick rocks, and if they don't like what's going on, go somewhere else. You know, that's just the nature of my interest. But
you
I'm
don't
not
help
a
people.
no, not by a general status of rule. No, I don't give a shit what my neighbor's into. I don't want to know, and I'm not going to help them fix their car. Not going to help them mail their mail. I'm not going to help them do a fucking thing. I'm independent. I stick to myself with my
You're
limitations,
independent.
and yeah, as far as I can be in my situation. Am I one of those people who? Well, I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those free man on the land type people. You know, I understand that there's a structured society. You know, I get that, and I get that I'm inevitably going to have to be a part of that some way. That, you know, not everything is guaranteed. So you got to kind of take a little bit of your endeavors and ingenuities and put it away for a rainy day. Are you trying to start a channel?
Me? No.
Hmm? You're
I just
not.
have,
You don't.
I just had some recent experience gaming the algorithm.
Okay. Well,
I
I'll
I
tell you.
I had a part in writing, producing, and directing some shorts that seemed like overheard gossip. You know, sort of a candid camera kind of thing, but it was all staged, and then I interspersed it with something that I knew would be popular, a clip that I knew was in the public domain and that would be popular, and then a subsequent video by the same user got 1,000 views in like an hour. I guess the show's over, or what? Hmm.
I guess some people have no patience. Obviously, he's kind of new to what the Panelverse has to offer. But for those of you that are here, and those of you that are curious, yeah, I developed an algorithm. Okay, there he is. There you go.
I think my connection got screwed up.
That's all right. It happens, man. They don't have this shit down properly yet, and they're converting it over to a new form of infrastructure and processor development, and that's all kind of experimental technology that they're foundating this digital infrastructure on. Pretty vast, man. So you're from the gaming community?
No.
No? Just nobody's ever really inquired about certain things. Well, I thought was interesting. I answered you back, let you know. But when YouTube started really pushing the algorithms, and they started in these different word modeling algorithms and triggers to alert YouTube to what was going on, instead of having some Hindu, Indian, or other monitoring or observing, I knew immediately what they were doing. And I started paying attention real close to what triggered this shit. Different words, different approaches, different links, connections, how you could get distributed in a nation wide and then to a global reach. And once I figured it out, just applied it, man. And it's still to this day, still is a functional and highly working algorithm.
I just did a bunch of random shit that occurred to me in the spur of the moment that might trigger the algorithm, and it seemed to work.
Well, hold on to it, man. Really. Hold on to it, because that could be valuable.
I'll just do it. If I need it again, I'll just recreate it again. I don't ever bother remembering anything.
Well, the problem with that I've ran into is I've come up with some pretty interesting techniques to get around certain things. And once you use it, if you don't drop it right then and there as just a one-time potential, they will develop a system against it. And they will absolutely shut it down and stop it. And then you have to redevelop. And that's the self-consuming state of technology, man. You know, it's never ending. The sharper you get, the faster they get. The more broad and different applications, the more they set up defenses.
Humans can't understand how it works at this point.
No, they still, you know, a lot of people still consider this to be sentient type of AI. They don't realize that it's, you know, algorithmic machine learning. They don't have the concept down.
Something doesn't have to be sentient for people to not understand it. I mean, people don't understand television, how television works.
Right, and that's what you're dealing with generally on a lot of these social media and I guess the more approachable type of platforms that you can interact with. But to them, it's magic. You know, this is not a machine to them that has working mechanical parts and works off of frequencies. To them, it has no technological base to it other than fascination. Whoa, you know, and they want bigger, better, harder, faster, more. What's that, brother?
Social media is all bots now.
Yeah, you're right, and 65%, if not 70 at this point, of your interactions in this social arena is non-human. There's no direct account link that applies to a human. Uh, they're all generated accounts. Pretty fucked up, man. And then when you do encounter some human or a peer group, you know, it's so combative and conflictive, and you know, if you've got the advantage, my advice is to keep it and utilize it because you're going to need it. And the more that this technology grows and the more intrusive it becomes and the less human interaction that you have, then if you've got to contend with it, at least have your fundamentals together.
It's not intrusive, it's encasing. It envelops everything and adds an extra layer between everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Being smothered by it.
Yeah, and that was their intent. I mean, that was part of the development and research that Bezos and even, you know, Zuckerberg wasn't just a one-off. I mean, yeah, he had an interesting concept, but he had to have developers.
Yeah,
you know, he had to.
Vanguard in the CIA.
I imagine once they caught on to what was happening, especially in the academic world, that he became the face. I have no doubt because he's messed some people over, man. He has really shit on some people along the way. But it seems that the same is with Microsoft, with Bezos, with Gates. There's not a one of these endeavors that hasn't shit on somebody somewhere and stole something from them.
None of those people have contributed anything useful.
Yeah. Social engineering, control, and development. I mean, it has absolutely done that.
It started as mere millionaires and somehow became billionaires. It's a success story.
Yeah, and when you have these platforms blow up and a social media image becomes an icon and they see money, well, that's the same as a musician with a guitar wanting to make it to the big leagues in music. They place all their hopes and dreams into becoming a platform operator and a influencer.
So the internet turned everyone's home into a giant Skinner box.
Yeah, well, if they got into surveillance, development of surveillance, if they got into some of the newer programming languages, if they got into some of the new technology and development. I have a particular girl that comes to this channel every once in a while, and I promote her music, and it's all AI. And she is extremely savvy when it comes to working with prompts and working with the voice models and developing imaging and videos. And man, I watched her develop. It's been less than a month, and her ability to create a enjoyable and a entertaining song that you can hear potential in has developed exponentially. And that's just from her understanding how to prompt. And prompting is how you actually interact with these word models or these language models, or if you're dealing with imaging or video modeling, through this technology, this interaction here is eventually going to be something that's obsolete and left to uh, Gen X, Gen Z, maybe some millennials, occasional boomer if they aren't dead, because AI and that type of interaction is going to be the new frontier of even social exchange, I think. And I've watched her just dominate.
It already is.
Well, I've seen, I've seen the music industry go down. I've watched platforms go down. I've seen so many things outdated and use themselves up for the next thing. And if these people in this particular Hannelverse aren't going to be able to function together on any type of endeavor, they're not going to make it.
None of those disappearing industries ever produced anything anyway.
Nothing tangible, except for the new currency, which is information and data. As long as they got those precision points to hone in on, and they can identify a potential, they're going to record it, they're going to read it into the algorithm, and they're going to develop it just to push things forward to the next potential. And so far, I've watched that expediently on a rise, man. I mean, talk about some Moore's law in effect. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
This is all just the ultimate domestication of human beings, so that they can watch us all go extinct.
Which I think may potentially be the effect of this. I don't see where a digital frontier without immersion is going to be able to sustain itself. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think that's what the achieving potential that they're striving for is immersion. And I think that they're going to continue to push the potentials of what they have until those that cannot immerse will be discarded, outdated, deleted, and those that can immerse will develop into the technology and it'll continue developing. Now, I'm watching people now from different generations and I'm feeding them in, I'm looking at it, and I'm watching, and I'm seeing certain generation just dropping off, man. They just can't keep up with it. Human extinction, is this good or bad? You decide. Nude Guru, yeah, right. You're absolutely right. Is it good? Is it bad? What is it? KC, good to see you.
Doesn't matter. It's happening.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Oh, I'm sorry, Casey. That's my bad. Let me take care of that.
The birth rates are plummeting all over the world. They're sterilizing the whole human population.
A lot of people that seem to be concerned with that particular thing, but I think that's an inevitability that was presented the minute we decided to take on any type of endeavors into revolutions of industry. Even social society building was headed that direction. It's not sustainable. dirty word, and they booted me. Okay, Casey, I'm trying to get to you right now. Ah. Yeah, when you use certain words, man, this thing gets kind of touchy. Why is it not letting me get to you, Casey? Huh.
What do you mean certain words?
Certain words trigger a disconnect algorithm. If you use certain words or phrases, you'll trigger a part of the algorithm, and it will sometimes boot you, remove you from a channel. So I was using some key words that generally gets a lot of attention, and
I have no idea what it could be.
well, you have to be on the panelverse for a while to really start catching on to what phrases, words, and different things that you I got two of them on me. Okay. But anyhow, some channels that we've interacted with, or I've interacted with, and some of the chat here have interacted with, understand that there's certain things you can't say, and if you say them, then you're going to wind up triggering an algorithmic effect that will either get you shut down or get you booted, get you kicked, get you banned. And it's not the host, and it's not anybody that's modded. It's just the way that they have things set up now. And they're going to continue to add to that algorithm until they have absolute and complete control.
I don't know what it could have been. I think I was talking about
It may have been me.
Sterilizing everybody so nobody gets born.
There it is. They consider that to be conspiracy talk, and they will absolutely shut your channel down, and they will kick you for engaging in conspiratorial content and talk.
They'll kick me for saying that they're sterilizing everyone.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yep. And then my channel probably gets subjected to the algorithm, and then they probably do a very quick review of what I'm displaying, what my content is, and once they get that into perspective, as long as I haven't made any real violations, generally you can continue on. But if they find that your channel is full of violated videos, copyrights, bullying, any type of the guideline violations, or sometimes they'll even make up their own violations and implement.
You not let people talk about things like Planned Parenthood and.
To a degree, yes, to a degree, but you've got to watch medical guidelines. If you make any statement that has anything to do with medication or medical advice, you can get a strike for medical misinformation. If they think that you're being too aggressive, they can strike you for bullying, for basically disordered conduct. And if you violate any type of copyrighted material, I mean, they are stringent anymore, and you've got to be on top of your game.
If that's the case, that's what's going on here. Then I've been kicked for saying I know how to game the algorithm to get a few hundred or a few thousand views, and then I've said that there's people that are sterilizing the whole human population. So like, those are the two things that seems to have led to me getting booted. So it's kind of a weird couple of things.
I'd say it would be the depopulation. If you have any type of talk or you display anything, you know, that has to do with the conspiratorial state of mind, they crack down on that shit. Now, they're claiming that with the new approach that they're taking to our interactions, that is going to change, and that they're not going to be so stringent on our speech, not going to be so stringent on our content, and they're going to lift a lot of these violations and a lot of these guidelines that are so hard on us being able to develop content and be able to interact with each other. I've yet to see it, but they are promising it. So it's just a matter of who's brave enough to test it. I've got a backup channel, and I've got a couple other endeavors that I'll occasionally get on and go out and just test the waters and see exactly what triggers what I can get away with, what I can't, how much I can go underneath of the radar and not even be noticed and detected, and how much intrusiveness that I'm able to pull off before I get booted, kicked, or shut down. You know, but I do that with a rogue channel. I don't apply my main channel to it. And then once I have that algorithm down, or I understand the guidelines or what the potentials are, then I know exactly where my limitations are and keep your channel from getting shut down. Because after 3 strikes, you don't get to put your channel back up. And all that time that you've invested, let's say you've invested 2 years, 3 years into a channel, it's gone. The content, your subscriber base, your monetization, your donations, all your social life and that you've invested into it, gone. And there's no remorse and there's no coming back unless you can petition it on that last strike, and hopefully they'll
platform like that.
What's that?
So why do you use a platform like that then?
Well, I have a peculiar interest in metaphysics and music. And I do a lot of information gathering and sharing. I do a lot of development in sound technology, frequency technology, defensive techniques in social media arenas, the development of technology and frequency arenas that can disrupt emotional dispositions patterns. And I also work with image engineering and a lot of embedding and suggestive imagery. Not suggestive as in, sexual or degenerative. It's just seeding and embedding into images. And you can generally seed and embed just about any type of JPEG image, or as long as you can resort it back to its base BMP, which is a bitmap model of it, pixelated bitmap model. Then you can embed the images into a amplified version of the pixelization, and you can post imagery and turn it back into a JPEG and release it. And that's a pretty effective way to get some unnoticed information across to whoever you want it to go to, as long as they know to convert that JPEG back to a BMP and to amplify a certain section that can retrieve the information. And that's one that a lot of newbies and even some of the old timers that have been in the arena of some of the more progressive interactive sites don't realize that they can still do, or that they can do, period. But seeding and embedding, and especially if you know how to operate any of the music programs, and you can break something down into a wave, and you have the programs and the technology to break that wave file down, then you can apply subliminal or subsonic sound, and then just turn it back into an MP4 and release it, or an MP3, depends on whether it has video or not. You familiar with all that?
There's a million ways to obfuscate information.
It's in many ways, it's what?
There's a million ways to obfuscate information.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But most people that deal with technology, especially in this arena, aren't even aware that those potentials are available. You know, or the only thing they know is that they got a cell phone, they had the internet. A lot of people just started using YouTube as a resource for information to help fix a tire or some type of computer glitch or problem, entertainment. And then the minute that they put dollar signs and made it an equitable investment for some people, well, everybody just got a smartphone, decided they were going to start a channel, and they were just going to deliver whatever nonsense they had to deliver.
Well, I got a background in electrical engineering, computer science, and math, so I'm pretty well familiar with different ways to encrypt information.
Right. And you probably got some pretty good techniques that you don't want anybody to know. Because the minute it gets figured out, you know, they will definitely confiscate that information and utilize it for their own resources and development. And I've seen that done quite a bit too. I've seen some of my associates come up with some incredible techniques, and those techniques were eventually borrowed and distributed. And I thought, damn, man, that was a potential for some useful interaction. But now, the minute they let it out, that was it. It was over. That was the final straw, and it became so world enveloped that every platform, every network, they all were able to identify it, and they had ways to divert it. That's kind of another reason that I enjoy being on here, is because occasionally, when you can get past the dramatic social aspect of things, the exchange of information is invaluable, and it will help you proceed in your own development and interaction with social platforms and this type of technology. So being informative, I guess, is one of the things that people endeavor into, and I like to educate every once in a while. You know, I've been around a lot of different developers, and I've watched them pinch people that have contributed, people that should have gotten props, should have gotten some type of even mention or kickback, and they've gotten shit, and they've invested years worth of their work, and that goes for anything from metaphysics to technology to research and development to algorithms. And there isn't anything that they won't pinch, bite, and take, and they will not give you mention, they will not give you credit, and you will not make a dime. So if you have those degrees behind you, you know, you probably on that and at least understand it, but there's a lot of people that don't. And there's the occasional person here and there that comes up with a fairly good, innovative ideal, and boom, their shit's taken from them. Cage.
Abracadabra. What's up, Axis? Sure.
Oh, I don't know. Who can help the widow's son? How's that?
Hiram a biff.
Yeah, precisely. I was discussing you with a friend of mine, a proficient master mason.
Oh, I'm sure you've heard only good things then.
Well, he paid attention and he looked at some of your information and things that you were presenting, and you know, he was cool with it. He thought, okay, you know, didn't see a potential for a threat or any harm there, and I thought, well, that's cool. But he didn't see what I was expecting to see, and I didn't see what he was probably seeing, because we have personal interaction, Cage.
I hear you, Axis. I hear you, bro.
You know, you and I, we have a relationship all the way back to the We Are Awake news days, and yeah, man, it's all good, all cool. You know.
Yeah, business as usual, right?
Yeah, you know it. Especially on this platform. You know how hairy it gets around here. You don't get
I was tuning in before. I just had to do a couple things before I had time to get on here. But yeah, I heard. I think Buddy over here was asking, "Oh, Access, how did you get all these? Your first video has to have so many views. Are you kidding me? You don't know how to do that? We can have here. I can have a 10,000 live viewers in here right now if you want. I'm not even joking. Anyone can do it. Yeah, you want 10,000 people in here, 1 million comments, you can't even read them? Like, what do you want? Yeah.
Well, there you go, partner. I can definitely vouch for Cage's research and development into machine language modeling, and definitely his approach and techniques to certain technologies, human and digital. So this might be the guy you're looking for. But am I going to hand my algorithms over? Nope. Sorry, brother.
Well, anyone that wants to learn on their own, it's not very hard to figure out how to do that. You know what I mean? You should be able to do it automatically. Like, yeah.
Well, you know as well as I do, Cage, as much as we've talked to people and as much information as we've shared over the year, people are just not productive. They don't have that agility and drive to want to redevelop or even develop. And I don't know, man. You know, we can give them all the information in the world, Cage, but it doesn't mean they're going to use it. Doesn't mean they're going to utilize it. And a book unread is just a paper in the shelf, you know. Not utilized, it's not useful information. I'd love
Because
for...
people say like, oh, you're playing games and shit. I'm married to the fucking game. You know what I mean? I mean playing. I'm not playing. I'm married to the game.
Right, right. Well, you've got some pretty interesting characters that come in and out of your chat, and especially sometimes on panel, and especially with the type of work that you do for a living. I think it's pertinent that you stay within that understanding and flexibility.
All right, there's been some noise in the background.
Yeah, it's not bad, Gage. Not enough that I'm going to concern myself with it.
Yeah.
Did did you see the live that I did earlier today because of the Sanity Machines post?
I didn't access. If I don't join the panel, I usually don't even comment. But I did comment to let you know I'd be on after. But yeah,
Cool.
yeah, because I got a
Cool.
call. I had to meet my bro. So yeah, I was about to go on, but then I got a call.
Yeah, I went. He crossed a heavy morality line.
Yeah. So if you don't see me, I'm not there, right? I don't really watch or listen to people's panels unless I just hop up and participate.
Right.
Yeah. Why? What do you do? Yeah, buddy. I remember you threatened police and demons on me. What do you do this time?
He took the less fortunate, the handicapped, the disabled, and those with fundamental birth disabilities and deformities, and was promoting this is God's mercy and how God's treating these people, and this promoting his hell realm theory, and he's using the backs of these less unfortunate people to promote his concept and channel. And
Yeah. Well, buddy
yeah,
should realize that he's in Canada, right? He really wants fucking hell realm, right? We'll give him a HE double hockey sticks, right? Fuck off here.
right, right. It was pretty bad, man. You know, and I'm not easily struck to want to go after anybody much anymore. I don't really care. But man, that was degenerate shit.
People. I feel bad for him at that point.
Well, it just showed, and I couldn't believe that there wasn't any type of I don't know, man. Seems that
This
people are
guy,
becoming
it's like hell, right? HE double hockey sticks is a funny thing they say in Canada, right? It's like, oh, you really want to slap shots?
right.
You want a slap shot, right? I'm like fucking Wayne Gretzky over here, number 93. The fuck you want to play games, right?
Well, Canada's got that hockey thing anyhow. You guys kind of
You better start skating and shit. At that point, you better be a figure skater.
well, that I can relate to. I can relate to that aspect of it. But I don't know, man. It just kind of
Going after the weak and disabled and shit. Come on. How weak and disabled are you if you're really doing something like that?
well, that's what I was thinking. Is I thought, damn, man, you know, at least count your blessings and be, thankful that you have the ability to be able to take care of yourself and that you have that gift. But to use it to build a platform and to get subscribers and viewers, oh man.
Well, look who raised him. If you look into his family and his parents and that, right? They're in dentistry, so they're used to pulling teeth.
Yeah. He does have quite the interesting tale to tell.
I'm sure he does. I feel bad for him, That's all I'm saying.
I never gave him no shit, really. I never considered him to be any type of threat or danger to my platform, me, or my channel. That's
Well,
why,
that's because you're not weak and disabled.
and I wasn't concerned about him, not until he started going into a moral disposition with me and putting it in my backyard. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to tolerate that, and I'm not going to deal with it. And I will shut your fucking channel down. I'll steam you out.
I can do that. I don't play games like that. Yeah, if I wanted to, I'm not one. Hey, do I look like the idiot in Alberta going around fucking taking people's shit down? Let them fucking have whatever they want to try doing.
Right? Even whenever Tommy turned me in, I never went after Tommy's channel. I never tried to shut him down.
Yeah, Tommy always he doesn't like me because we were having a conversation one time and he pulled out a fucking submachine gun and flagged himself with his own gun on camera. And I'm like, why are you flagging yourself, buddy? Like, you shouldn't even own a firearm.
Right? I don't think he has the ability to do that anymore, from what I've seen.
Good, you should.
Yeah, he's lost the ability to wield that type of approach. He's on a ruthless tour because apparently, I suppose he lost his home, and now he's dependent on viewers and some of his subscribers to help house him, and it's kind of a homeless tour of Tommy.
Oh, hopefully things improve for him.
Yeah, he's just he's just Tommy. That I can handle. He's not of any type of endangerment or threat, I don't think, to anybody's cognizant ability to not push themselves over too far or to be so intrusive that it exposed so much of what this community is built of, because the fact there wasn't a immediate reaction of detest, disgust, or even concern. And I thought, is nobody going to say anything about this? Is nobody going to address this? Is this cool with you people? Is this what this is?
People go along with it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I was like, and these people want better.
Access. What are you referring to? Like, what do you mean? He was like, what was he doing to disabled people?
He was pointing them out, many, not just one or two, many, saying, this is what this realm is all about. Do you feel that God is there? Do you feel blessed? Do you feel you're in a hell realm filled with demons? Come to my channel, come look at me. Come and subscribe to my channel. I'll tell you what realm you're in, what arena you're in. Look at these sick, disabled people. Look at the disgusting filth of them. And I was like, holy shit, man. This guy's doing this? Really? Oh, fuck, man.
I think we gotta pull out the doll. Like, show me on the doll where they touched you. I know he has puppets and shit. But show me on the puppet where the puppet touched you.
Oh, man. Right? So I went over to Talcott's and I media blocked him at Talcott's. And then they immediately took off to Aesthetic Warriors. And when I showed up there, they ducked and covered, him and Jack both. And I'd scheduled a live stream and I went ahead and come on. I was like, fuck, man. But he hasn't went live. He hasn't streamed. And here, he can click my link. I'll take his ass down. I don't give a shit. I'll take his channel out. I don't care.
You know what a puppet club is, Access?
No, man. You know what? Here's a creepy one. I am Axis. I got to throw at least a creepy one in there. I was thinking, as I was pondering this artificial woman construct, these animatronic love dolls and relationship models, and I was thinking, man, if you're having intimate relations with a love doll, isn't that kind of just one step removed from necrophilia?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Well, I'm thinking a dead carcass is a unresponsive, lifeless carcass, and a sexual engineered robot or silicone doll is pretty much within the same parameters. Oh, are we losing? Back. But that's just an observation. You know, I still have 6 servant girl dolls, animatronic, hanging around for various other services and needs. Though you couldn't truly identify them as male or female, I guess they would be visually aesthetic and pleasing. Just passing thought of my twisted and bizarre and most peculiar outlook on things, and just some general deduction. Next time you engage into intimate relations with a manufactured whatever, just picture something dead. Just take a reasoning look at yourself and consider, just maybe, somewhere deep in the crevices of your mind, you do not have a true understanding of what you're doing. Or maybe my aspect and look at it is completely skewed, twisted. Oh, I wish Cage would come back. I hate that he left. Thought maybe he got sidetracked or kicked there for a minute. That's kind of unusual. Oh well. We shall persevere forward. I have no particular agenda tonight. I have no particular function, form, or reason. So, drop the link out there. It needs to be. And panel is open. And you are most welcome to voice your discontent with me or my platform or what I have to say, do, or think.
Is that what your backup channel is for?
Yeah. Yeah, my backup channel is generally where conflict and arena fighting, infighting goes on. In this channel, I have to kind of allow people to defend themselves. If I don't open the platform up and I don't give them the chance to come up and speak for themselves, then, you know, that's kind of the flat earth debate. You know, it's just me throwing shit out there and walking away. So I have to kind of open my house up and expect for the worst and hope for the best. But last time that me and Cage had interaction, I was very discontent with one of his guests and their perpetual and consistent clamoring, and we got into it. and no disposition against Cage. He helped develop my Flash. He helped develop my AI art. But if I make a stand, I got to back it. If I take a position, then I got to back it. You know, there's every potential for someone to say something or do something and walk away from consequences or confronting whoever you've interacted with or who you've called out and being the lesser person in the situation, not allow them a chance at a rebuttal or a chance to save face. And I'm not going to take that position. You know, if I make a stand, then I'm going to have to hold that ground and stay in that square and position myself so that at least there's some type of substance to my words. Because on here, that's about all you got unless you know the technology. And before I go after you with the technology, then I'm going to at least give you a chance to cerebrally interact with me. And if you become belligerent and you're completely disrespectful or out of line, then I have to make a decision as to whether I use technology against you or whether I go into a verbal state of just combative nature or however, you know, it's a matter of discretion, it's a matter of control, a matter of development and resource. Too many people abuse certain liberties and certain things that have been given to them, and especially this arena. And it's very easy to put yourself out there and to stir the bushes up and walk away and think that you're unaffected after you've totally affected a bunch of people. And it's all cerebral. That's the amazing thing that gets me is none of these people are actually within physical association with each other, and the ones that are very far and few between. You know, we've got people from Germany, from Sweden, from Australia. Geez, man, people from all over the world that tune into this particular panel verse, and they have no actual physical effect on each other, but cerebrally and mentally, they want to stir shit up. They want to slap people down. They want to do as much damage as they can with their words, spark as much conflict and emotional drive that they can out of people, and just walk away, leaving them. And at least I'll give you a chance to pull your ass up here. I think it builds character, and it does keep you sharp. Keeps you very sharp. Wonder if this is who I think it is. Huh. Well, that's an odd one to show up here. Haven't seen that particular face for a while. Okay. Well, at least we had a couple innovative individuals that decided to step up front. I do appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. Cool. Okay. So are there any platforms here in the Panelverse locally that you interact with, or is this your first experience with the Panelverse?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I've talked to you several times.
You know, there's a pretty decent community that's attached to this platform. Some flat earthers, some metaphysicists, some social, I guess, morale builders. There's some pretty heavy conspiratorial minds, and they all have open platforms at times. Cage Reality, Jack Calcott, Jack Calcott, Pathetic Warrior. So, and I've got several links and associations with them that you can take that avenue, or you can open your feed up and get direct information about them. But there's several of these platforms that are innovative and offer panel information and communication. Though some of them are rougher than others. Some of them offer an array of different subjects, topics, perspectives. Rock and Roll Outlaws. Yeah, Maggot, you can, all you guys in the chat, you can post your links and maybe introduce our guests to some of the newer channels and older channels, and some of us ancient channels that have seen dirt develop into smart technology. Don't be afraid or to hesitate putting your link out there. And if you don't have a wrench, don't be afraid to ask one of the mods to put your link out there so that you may use this chat and this platform as a resource for promotion in your channel and your endeavors, as long as they're fruitful in some way. Definitely appreciate any type of I think I'm subscribed to your channel, Maggot. I'm pretty sure I am. You look and see. Yeah. Yes, indeedy. Okay. And then I don't know if you're into debating or even more than debating at times. Certain stands that you take or perspectives you have on things that you feel adamant about. But there's also the Machine Lies is a very good platform for spiritual and progressive thinking. There's Gen X Jeff for conventional topics. I think, if I'm not mistaken, nope, he done shut his live down. There's Gen X Jeff, and you have from the old punker scene personalities like Venus Cupcake. Very, very good individual. Wow, there's a vast amount of channels that are diverse from each other, extremely, but somehow all wound up together in the same side of the metaverse. Then you have your trolling channels, and one I refuse to promote in any shape, form, or manner. And then there's Paul Enslaved. There's Illumitami, and a whole network and genre of individuals that are connected in that arena, and heavy disputing and character attacks. There we go. I was wondering where you flew off to.
I just had a phone call.
And this gentleman here is esoteric teachings, metaphysical comprehension, application of energy, physical energy distribution, self-development, introspective idealism, and concepts on forward and progressive development of your mind, soul, and body. About hit that right, Cage?
Right on the money with that one.
There you go. Cage has been like a brother to me for a long time now. Whenever I was doing some serious battling with some psychological and drug issues, I'd go to his channel and I'd get cleaned up, and he tolerated a lot of bullshit. And
I appreciate the recognition.
Always, Cage. Even if I'm upset, like I said in a stream not too long ago, man. You know, at the end of the day, I don't take this shit to bed with me. It's a new day. Tomorrow always holds the potential for something new. And I may be upset one day, a little pissed off, but do not underestimate my resiliency to forgive. Because a lot of people have had to forgive me throughout time, believe me. I have violated and sanctified ground, treaded where my feet should probably not have, and have trespassed upon many unsuspecting folk. So I suppose if I'm going to live by the gun, I better die by the gun. And if I can't take it, don't dish it out, right? Or at least that's the karmatic way of taking an approach to some of the tactics that I use and procedures that I take.
Who do we have? Who's this other guy on the panel? I haven't really heard from him.
He was interested in the algorithm that I use for the Axis Love video, and he had commented on it a couple of times, and I answered. I try and answer all my comments, and he showed up on panels tonight, and I thought, man, but he seems to have a working knowledge of some of the infrastructure of this technology. And he says that he's developed a couple algorithms himself that were effective, but he's been very polite, very considerate, very responsive. So far, he seems like an upright dude. Having no problems. And potentially, a new dweller amongst this particular side of the metaverse. I think he would enjoy maybe checking out some of the locals. He might find himself a niche.
You see, PR. People said Bex is saying that people think PR is page. Hello, PR. Can you talk so people know that we're different people?
Well, if it's any, go ahead, man. Your mic is on. You're fine.
Well, that was me saying no.
Oh, I said because your vocal patterns and this wave input aren't showing up the same. So if you were the same person, I think it would register on the on this wave meter.
Yeah, I know the avatar is pink, right? But what does P stand for? Purple?
I'm not sure. But that's the way I've been able to stay ahead of some of the personalities on here, is when they come back as a troll, they have a particular voice pattern, and it registers in waveform, and they have certain words and phrases that they use that are easily identifiable. And there's traces that I don't catch, but whenever they've been fed in, it's fuck, it shows right up, man. I didn't realize that what I was doing wasn't that far out of the realm and range of what we were being subjected to.
Yeah.
You know, but it gave me a deeper insight on things. And then I realized that, fuck,
Peace, robot. You gonna say anything, or are you just gonna stay silent like an owl over here?
Peace Robot. That's not a...
Or maybe the P stands for properly purple. Who knows? What the fuck is going on here?
Seems to me I've seen that name at Jack Calcott. Interesting.
I got the old tent going up now, Access. I'm using a cloning tent.
Hell yeah.
Look, you can change it from purplish kind of. Hold on, let's change it. What about red? There, we'll just do it all red. Or no, let's mix
There you
this.
go.
Oh, actually, we'll go with that. No. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. Should we do it all red?
You want that spectrum on that?
Huh?
You want that where you rooting those clones?
Yeah, the red's more for inducing flower. It's something called the Emerson effect.
So do they already have roots developed, or are they fresh clones?
Yeah, they're rooted. I have ones that are developed, and I have ones that are rooting at the same time.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll show you what they look like. I got them in red cuffs.
Cool. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Peace Robot has been to Jack Calcott. Nice.
Yeah, just like, well, you have to keep it in a cycle here.
Very nice. Let's see where else Peace Robot has been besides Calcott.
You got to watch the shadow, though, and shit. You know what I mean? Like, look at that. You see that? That's not even a plant. That's a shadow off the wall. Yeah.
Nice. It's flowering.
Yeah, these ones are. I have stuff in all different types of stages.
Well, he's not that removed from the panelverse. He's not that removed at all.
Injected him in here, though. How did you get injected into this?
He's got quite the little history of being in the panelverse here recently. Well, isn't that interesting? Wonder if they were injected. Wouldn't that be interesting? I'll have to do a voice match and pattern.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah. At least figure out why they would have any type of denying of being here. Or being aware of the panelverse. Huh. Oh well. Probably one of the offended may have provoked that. I don't know. Or maybe it's just natural. Who cares?
Yeah, more of the white light spectrum megas for clones. It's more of a blue spectrum, though.
I always use the fluorescent lighting, just natural garden glow lights from Frank's Nursery. Sometimes you could get them in the garden department at some of the major stores. And I would use the fluorescent grow tubes and start my clones off in a tray of.
In the wintertime, I go back sometimes with the 3000K CMH ceramic metal halide bulbs like this one here. This is a good brand, Ushio, or I use Philips. But yeah, this spectrum's a 3000K.
Okay. You got hoods for that then? Or do you use the Mylar, or how are you getting that reflectively underneath of the leaves and around them?
It's built in the ballast. Like it's a CMH plate, right? So it's built in, as a reflector built in. The ballast is attached to it, so there's no like external ballast. Like it's not like the old magnetic ballast or even like the newer digital ones where it has to be
Mounted?
yeah. It's within the unit. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not bad. I used a 500 pressure sodium on a very huge ballast and a cone and Mylar, and I put Mylar underneath of the,
Well, you're
especially
using
my
like a parabolic reflector or something, one of those big ones.
when I was, yeah,
The old
when I
school
was,
ones. Yeah.
yeah. I haven't grown since
No, I'm saying back when you were.
yeah, yeah,
Back in the
absolutely.
day. That's the old school shit. There you go.
Yep. I was a classic grower back in the day, and avid, and just it became an obsessive compulsion, kind of like what you're doing, but I had different interests involved. But I loved it, man. You know, I kept a close eye on mites, spider mites, made sure I didn't got any problems with those.
An
I
ounce of
did
prevention is worth a pound of cure. You know, it's called IPM, Integrated Pest Management. You know, yeah, you
right.
got IPM on point.
Yeah, and then I flush. I had some that were water rooted, and they were in a hydroponic flush system. Used hydrogen, and then some of it was just organic, just totally, completely organic. And then I started experimenting with making single cones and doing all kinds of fun shit, man. This is quite the endeavor, but it stuck with me. I'll never forget it, and I really enjoyed it. And if they ever
I can
legalize,
tell you learned something from it. That's for sure.
oh hell yeah, yeah, and man, you know, oh, I was going to send you. I actually ran across the video, and it says, "Do plants feel pain?" And it says scientifically, and the research they've done is that the sensory units apparently in a plant knows that it's being harmed and that it's actually suffering damage, and they were
Oh,
measuring it.
yeah.
And I was like, oh hell no. I was thinking of our little escapade with you being a serial killer on vegetation.
Yeah,
And I
that was
just
hilarious. I heard that. Well,
just busted out.
they do give off an electromagnetic signature, plants, right? Like they even there's a video I could show you where they actually hook up two different plants. One of them's a Venus flytrap, and the other one's I forget the plant's name. But when you touch the leaf, like the leaf fucking curls.
Right, right.
They
Now
they
what?
hook they hook them two up like through the electromagnetic field, and when you the plant technically counts the Venus flytrap, right? It has like a sense of timing too, to know when to close its trap, and then pretty much what they did was they hooked them up, and then they hit the trigger hairs on the Venus flytrap, and counted it with a specific timing, and they can make the other plant start all the leaves like just weep. You know what I mean? It's like to the entire plant. So it's like, yeah, you can connect them, and everything's interconnected within the field.
Yeah, that's basically what they were doing, and I couldn't help but to think of you. I have a situation that I'm going to address here. Hey, punk, you got a
Hey,
fucking problem?
fuckhead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
got
I
a
thought.
problem with you.
You're a sick
You,
piece of shit using
you sick
disabled
demon.
and fucking
You
kids
sick
that are
demon.
underdeveloped to promote your channel.
What are you talking
You are
about?
the biggest fucking degenerate piece of
What are you
shit.
talking about, you
And I've done
sicko?
ran your fucking shit
You sicko.
to one
What are
side
you
to the
lying
other.
about?
I'm
What are
not
you
lying
lying
about
about?
anything. I got
You're
fucking receipts,
disabled.
bitch.
You're bedridden.
You think,
What are you talking
motherfucker?
about? What are
You
you
think?
talking about? Yeah. You have a
bedridden.
nurse that comes in every day for 8
Had.
hours, and they shit on
Had.
you. They shit on you. They hate
Had.
you. They can't
Really?
stand you. Yeah.
Is that what you
I
think?
talked to one of them. They said, "You're
Well, that,
shit. You're disgusting. You're gross. You're
you know,
evil. You're
Steven,
demonic. You stink. You
you
stink.
know,
I'm
Steven,
a
if that's
king.
the best, if that's
You're a
the best you
peasant,
can
you
come
piece of
up with,
shit. You
then
demonic
I'm
fuck.
gonna have to take technical
Fuck
action.
you. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
that's what I thought, you little punk
Fuck
bitch.
you.
What I thought.
You're
You're
a
just a
pussy.
little
You're a
jabbering ass
coward. You're a
punk
punk.
bitch.
You're a punk bitch. You're a
And if
coward.
that's the best you
Fuck
have to
you.
defend yourself with, goodbye. There you go. That's the level of trolling that's common here. Now, when I take a digital approach to him and I apply technology to him and everyone associated with him, I won't have to listen or be in the presence of such pathetic cowardice and
If I were talking about
depraved.
plants and Venus flytraps and
Seems like
shit.
a crypto.
Yeah, we're cool, Cage. It was just a chance for him to explain himself, and apparently all he can do is hurl insults. Let's see what he can do with technology. Yeah, but anyhow, back
When
to the plant.
Axis is calling you a degenerate, you know you fucked up.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm about as low as it gets on the totem pole. I mean, I eat fucking. Well, I'm not gonna say that I won't put dead things in my mouth. That does not seem to bother me at all. And it seems to affect everyone else, though. I thought that was amusing. I don't know if you got to see that or not, Cage.
No.
Yeah, I had the old dead mouse hanging out the mouth and chewing on it.
Oh,
Figure,
that. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, Maggot, I don't know what his mom done to him, and I don't know what his deal is, but apparently he is not socially developed, and that's a lot to come from me. And he is still yet so juvenilely minded that I can see the desperate distress in his mental state, but I'm not going to tolerate belligerent behavior that is immoral to the point where even I'm offended, because there is even limits that I won't surpass. And I am the absolute bottom line. I am the criteria for low standards. And you know that if you have to troll or defend yourself against someone as obscure as I am, then you have reached the pinnacle of being at the lowest possible position you could achieve. But anyhow, Cage, I'm sorry about that. Enough attention there. I always started my clones with Rutone. I would go buy the 100 plate trays with little cups of dirt in it, and then I would put Rutone and I would bask everything in water, and I'd usually do 50 to 100 starts. Well, he's gone. Okay. Suppose that's the best that suppose that's the best investment that see this here. That's an interesting connection there. Why would these keep pinging off of the same. Just a second, guest. I'll put you right up. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
This is my real personality. This is Steven.
Oh, Steven, why would you go as far as to utilize the disabled, the deformed, and less fortunate to promote your channel? Why would you do that, Steven?
I'm getting carried away and I'm losing myself. I'm becoming a piece of shit.
Is it because mommy's not there to nurture you and daddy isn't there to spank your butt? Is that what's wrong?
I miss mommy's nipples.
Oh, poor Steven.
Wow. God. As far as we can go. Imagine doing that for like 20 minutes.
Well, I imagine if we carried on for 20 minutes, my subscriber base and viewer and chat would be substantially high, because apparently that's what motivates and moves people, man. They get their shake and their groove on with it. They jump on YouTube and suddenly they're social media gods.
Yeah, people want victims, you know? That's what a lot of these people really want, is like victims.
Yeah, well, you just saw one of the biggest victims, and if I go on an endeavor into this, I can give you a trace route of everyone connected on this network right now and how they're pinging. And if you understand pinging, then you will understand that that's their hits to each other and to my channel. I love to be underestimated. That gives me a stifling advantage. Steven made his appearance. I'm sure you saw that. I think,
I heard it.
yeah, there it is. He had a couple of his entourage with him. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to have to contend with this little asshole on a technical level.
You know what it is with like Steven and his whole clan, his squadron? It's all fucking, they're all flying monkeys. That's all it is, man. They're all just little victimizing fucking punks.
Well, regardless of what they are, they've got my attention. So leave it to what it may be. I do see a extreme lack of development, an extreme lack of growth, and some type of level of security within who they are as an individual associated with and around him. You know, even in the most adverse places, some of the same familiar names seem to show up whenever his presence is there. And as I watch these familiar names show up and I see the connection and the pings, I know who's fucking with who. I know who's interacting with who, and I can sit here and watch with disgust this little entourage that he has. And it's fucking disgusting, man. But anyhow, I suppose that's what this panelverse was developing into, catering to, and cultivating diseased minds, shortcomings. Fuck, man. Get a therapist. Get a fucking psychologist or a doctor or something to take care of your disposition with yourself.
Or you can figure it out yourself, you know, do your own fucking work.
Some of these juvenile-minded people, I don't think that they have the cognizant ability to introspectively look at themselves enough to develop.
Nah, there's people are they're too weak.
Yeah, it's kind of like let's see what's going on here.
Like, remember when you're young and you're like, oh, I don't have this problem, or oh, this, you know, you're kind of in denial about shit, or you're just acting like you're acting tough, like, oh, weed's not a problem for me, you know. Oh, I smoke tons of weed, it's not affecting me negatively. But you're really just
Yeah,
playing
right.
yourself. Like, you know you have a problem with smoking all the weed you smoke, but you're just acting like. That's what a lot of these people are, man. They're just, they got this bravado and they got this.
Well, you know, at least I was dignantly honored with myself and aware enough that I could say, yeah, you know, I fucking problem. You know, obviously, I'm consuming a large amount of pharmaceuticals, but I didn't. You know, I wasn't in denial of my use. I was always upfront about that, even on these platforms. That's why some of these people, I wonder exactly how stooped into pharmaceutical and drug use that they are, to the point where they've lost any relative thinking to themselves. And on Talcott's, there was some woman that was on there today, and she was pretty well 3 sheets in the wind.
Oh, the fat chick?
And AB
Daisy? Fat Daisy?
Daisy. Yes, Daisy. That was her
Yeah.
name, Daisy.
She shot out. She shot out.
That was a trip, man. I couldn't believe that was content. But I got to watch the chat light up as if they had fucking some brand name image that was from some type of entertainment going on up there. The chat was wound up. The panel was incoherently unusual or usual.
Actually, it's Jerry Springer, and people love it because then they can interact. Like, they get this Jerry Springer type fucking vibe going. Daisy's on there, you got Talcott's goofy ass, and then fucking everybody in the chat's just like, oh yeah, like, we're a part of this. Like, oh yeah, they control, they can, you know, it becomes like a whole fucking festival.
Right? And that's what I noticed. You know, even now, as I watch things transpire, I'm watching numbers move. And the numbers don't move till there's activity. And when there's activity, then I can monitor it. So, but yeah, it blew me away, man. I thought, wow, this woman is completely 3 sheets to the wind. And, you know, no disrespect to anyone involved. That's not my, you know, I don't have a dog in that fight. You know, that's not my concern. That's not my problem. It's not my issue. But to see the level of participation and someone's belligerent behavior, yeah, it reminded me of fucking Jerry Springer on fucking booze. You know, a bunch of drunk guests and a irresponsive host who wouldn't think twice about crossing a moral barrier. Yeah, Jerry Springer. You're right, man.
Yeah, but dude, Jerry Springer was actually like a sharp fucking dude. Talcott
Yeah.
is not. He's not close to as good as. He's not. He's
You know,
not.
I was
He will never be close to Jerry Springer. Like he'll never be on that level.
right. You know, I was on Jerry Springer.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, me and my wife and my best friend and one of her friends. Honey, I have a sex slave. They showed up at the house. We did a small
Dude,
video in the dungeon. Then
It's
we
on
did
YouTube. It's on YouTube.
It should be not YouTube. It'll be on Google. You just
Yo,
Google Cage.
dude,
Cage knows what or not what. Well, yeah, I'm sure Cage knows what episode and what season it was. But it's Honey, I Have a Sex Slave is the actual name of
oh
the
shit!
yeah. I
Oh,
had
that's
Cage
great,
look it
man.
up once. Yeah, he was interested in seeing it, so he was looking through past seasons and stuff, and he had found it at one time. He
Holy
gave me
shit!
he gave me the season and the episode.
Damn, I'm gonna look that up. I want to look that up right now, man.
Yeah, Jerry Springer, Honey, I Had a Sex Slave, and that
Holy
was from that would have been probably.
All right, but why did you go up there, man? Like you like why?
For shits and giggles, brother. I mean, fuck, it was fun. I had an enjoyable time, man. The accommodations were great. The
I gotta find this.
yeah, Kitty and Kelly were the executive producers for Springer at the time, and they were wonderful. I got to cut up with Jerry for a bit. The people I was with, they'd never been on TV or even experienced any type of, being on an entertainment level or being introduced to entertainment. And I thought it was absolutely wonderful that they could live that experience. And at least they were more relative to me as a person after that. They understood, well, at least my wife, she understood things a lot better after that. And she understood the workings of a production. She understood how things are actually done behind the scenes. And, Scott, he was my friend. He's dead now. He died in a car wreck. But he was the dog type bondage dude. And then Jenny Schutte, which was my wife's friend, was the mistress babysitter, and there was a bunch of bondage and S&M going on behind my supposed wife's back, and we made a show out of it, man. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, Bex has got the link down there. Honey, I Have a Sex Slave.
Oh,
Aired December 19th, 2000. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, it's right there in the chat.
Oh, I can't.
I ain't lying to you, dude. I don't sit up here and bullshit you, man.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm. This is crazy. This is gold, man. Like,
where the hell do you think I come from? I tell everybody I'm from the industry, man. I was an entertainer. When I tell you that shit, I'm not lying, brother. I got credentials to back it.
Yeah, but that's not like. If you're gonna say you're an entertainer.
You mean, was I in a band playing professionally? Yeah. Did I develop into an alternative medium? and wind up in the sex industry? Yeah. Did I still
Right.
have fun with media? Absolutely.
All right. I thought you were saying that you're on Jerry Springer and that qualifies you as like an entertainer or some shit, like some professional entertainer.
No,
All right, I
no.
got it.
My wife had never been on TV or been around a professional production, because when I got with her is whenever I left the music industry, and I was still doing some stuff in the sex industry. Whenever I first got with my wife, that I took on to Jerry Springer, and my best friend had never been on TV or been around anything of that nature, or been to Chicago on a an expedition in a limo with unlimited resources. And Jenny Schutte, she had never done anything in her life that was remotely to that degree. And, really after it was said and done, there was a higher and a better understanding of what my endeavors and where I'd come from was.
So hi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Casey. Hey, I got your wrench to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh man.
So was that a true story? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
he just said it's true. What the fuck?
yeah. I don't sit up here and bullshit. I am not about the bullshit, man. You can check my credentials all the way back. I'm just entertaining myself with social media until I drop off the face of this earth, man.
Dude,
That's
I've
what my
probably
role is.
Axis, I've probably seen this episode like 5 times already.
Right?
Holy shit, I gotta go, man.
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was interesting. I suppose she can't be associated with ex Springer guests.
No, I think he wanted to go watch it. So I think he thinks you're a celebrity now.
No, not no more. I gave up. I gave that role up 2 years ago. Put it all behind me and accepted the inevitable. You can't be in that arena forever.
Yeah.
It's a limited and a short-lived career
Yeah.
that
It's
is
professional
fast.
baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, it comes and it goes just as quick as you got it.
Yeah.
But I had fun, man.
Yeah. JG just said he's about to watch it. So
Yeah, I had a blast. Wow, brings back a lot of memories.
when was that? What year was it?
Apparently, it was around December 19th, around 2000.
Okay. And it was in
Yeah,
Chicago.
I used to have the video, the VHS of it,
Yeah.
and when I walked away from everything, and I lost my second wife, that was just part of the history that I was leaving behind.
You learn something new each day.
I had to move on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, where do you go after Jerry Springer? Oprah?
Oh no, it was where do I go after my wife?
Ah, yeah.
My
So
pursuit and interests were my kids.
this was like, this was not known?
I don't
Or,
tell everybody everything, man.
well, you did. Everybody that watches Jerry Springer.
Well, they got a small glimpse into a segment of my existence.
Okay.
If they
That's
was
so,
to go back and look at the Ecstasy Ball tour in 1994, they would see me performing on stage with the Thrill Kill Cult. If they went back before that, they would find me with a band called Mystic Witness. I've made several appearances in Chicago on the circuit and the scene, doing shows that were S&M and bondage related, all the way down to Louisville, Kentucky.
oh my gosh.
I've had a hell of a life. That's
Yeah.
why it doesn't bother me to die. You know? And even on my way out, it's been such a spectacular display of enormous proportion that I'm almost completely dumbfounded. I mean, I never had a dream that the son I raised would turn out to be a murderer. I never dreamed that my daughter would drop her college degrees and her profession to go tattoo and play in a band and succeed. Never dreamed that my first wife would wind up in a mental institution. Never dreamed that my second wife would turn into an disastrous alcoholic that had to be put on antabuse and never recovered from the divorce or restructured herself. You know, I mean, there's been some fascinating, incredibly bizarre shit happen.
Yeah, lots of twists and turns in that one.
Yeah, so, you know, me laying here dying, what, no big deal to me. I was like, fuck, man, I had my trip on the merry-go-round. I'm ready to go.
You're not
know,
ready.
but unfortunately, I guess there's a couple people that still depend on me for some type of, I don't know, maybe moral support, hope.
Mm.
I'm not sure what, you know, I never really took love into consideration after my second wife. I just quit and
Yeah.
focused on my kids. And then when they grew up and left the roost, I was like, been real, man. I had fun. Quite the experience, quite the endeavor. And then I found this aspect of social media and decided to pursue it and just write it for what it's worth and
Has it
keep
been
on moving on. Has it been what?
fulfilling?
So yeah, to a degree, I've got to meet some interesting and some of the characters and personalities on here are so exceedingly beyond even those that I was in the industry with, those that I performed with, those that I knew behind the scenes, and I did the after parties for the Downward Spiral tour for Nine Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, God Lives Underwater, Stroke Cole, Lords of Acid, Jim Rose Circus. I was involved in all that. And some of the characters on here make those people look like saints. I mean, really, they're not disturbed at all compared to some of the people I've seen on this platform.
Yeah, well, I wonder how, like, is Marilyn Manson like that in real life, or is that just a character?
No,
Yeah, so
no.
interesting.
He's actually, whenever we were doing the after party shows on the Downward Spiral, he never come to much of any of the after show parties. He would always leave after he got cleaned up, and he would go to the strip clubs. So whatever strip club was generally the most popular in whatever venue or city we were in, he would get cleaned up, and while everybody else was interacting with, you know, the VIPs and the after show party or whatever, his ass would take off and go to the strip clubs. We never could figure it out until later on, and then it made sense what he was doing. But that's a whole nother world that, you know, he's got some strange ideals. He's got some strange beliefs, you know, that probably wouldn't be too far removed from this side of the panelverse, but he's just an entertainer.
Yeah.
You know, he's got A&R, and you know, he's got management, and he actually is the head of the corporation, because when you get signed to a label, you have to turn your band into a corporation.
Yeah, it's LLC.
Yeah, and you know that was put into motion in the greatest extreme with Kiss in the 1970s. You talk about marketing geniuses and using shock and glam. Oh my God, those guys were masters at it before any of these amateurs came along.
Yeah, it's interesting. how you go from like, you know, Frank Sinatra to the Beatles to, you know, Kiss, like out of the history of music.
Yeah, it's if you really study the social dynamics of it, it's really profounding how music developed, how that industry became, um, I don't know, as influential as it wound up becoming, and how they pushed it. And if you start looking at some of the approaches that, you know, even the CIA or, you know, different governing bodies, their input on it was using it as a social construct for development. It gets pretty deep whenever it gets down to some of the production and some of the engineering and personalities that work behind the scenes as to what you're introduced to and what you're subjected to. You know, they modeled it. Now they don't have the same control over it that they had, but it's still got potential to influence. Yep. See,
It's interesting.
they found
Yeah,
out I'm
things
on
are
Springer. My numbers dropped.
they're checking out the show. I think I want to go watch it too.
Well, enjoy. I had a real good time with that. That was fun. But,
That's all that matters.
yeah,
At the end of the day, you know.
yeah, it was an experience, man. And I've had a lot of those. You know, I was just like I said, I was a fortunate motherfucker. That's why I think it bothered me so much to see someone take advantage of the misfortunate.
Mm.
It really hit me. It really hit home with me because I was privileged. I was truly taken care of all the way up until I dismissed everybody a couple weeks ago because I, you know, obviously they don't want me to die just yet. They still have a use for me.
Mm. Yeah. You're not afraid
So
to die.
no, not at all. No, once you've experienced something as traumatic as NDE, you your concept of that completely, unless you had a traumatic experience with it, yeah, your fear of death just subsides. You know, and sometimes I think I became too comfortable with the ideal.
When did you have your NDA? Can you elaborate what happened?
Yeah, I had a lake house, and I was running with some pretty heavy bikers, and I was at a gun and knife circuit, which is a set of bars that were biker bars, and I arrived before my brothers wound up arriving and got into a situation and got stabbed. And yeah, and I made it back to
Stabbed in like
back of the neck, both lungs, back, arm. Fuck, man.
so this was
Shut
no
the fuck
accident.
up. And went home to die. I was bleeding out on the couch and was instructing my son as best I could, and somebody called stat flight. And it took me to University Hospital in Louisville.
Mm.
The last thing I remember was the technician on the helicopter pushed some type of oxygen bag or something because I was staring at him.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he had seen enough that he put that bag in between me and him, and he looked out the window. And I tried to see what he was seeing. And I seen the Ohio River, and that was the last of it. I was at peace. And I woke up, and they had revived me on the helipad, and doctor come in patting himself on the back. I gave him the lowdown that he didn't do me any favors and
Yeah.
moved on.
So what happened in your NDA? Do you remember any of it?
Yeah. It's just a feast.
What did you see?
Just a vast, infinite plane of non-opposition to my energy. It's peaceful.
Sounds nice.
It was.
I hear the colors there are colors that like we don't see here. Like,
No, not for me. No.
did you see anyone?
Me, I was there.
Yeah, you saw yourself?
I felt myself.
Okay.
For the first time in my life, I truly felt me
What
and
form?
recognized myself. There was no form.
It was just your
It was
soul.
just awareness.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it was. Peaceful, vast awareness. Yeah.
They like. Did anybody say like you have to leave, or you just woke up, or how did you come back?
Conscious. Just woke up.
Mm.
There I was. There was no interaction to let me know that I was going to have to come back. It just happened.
Wow, what an experience.
Yeah.
JG said he can't find the episode.
I thought Vex put the link. Vex had put the link in there, and if not, I know that Cage had looked it up, and I know I got the title right because they put a special thanks to J King 00 at FWI at the end of it. So I'm sure that stuff is archived. I had a VHS copy of it, and never got it put over onto digital or CD. Never considered backing it up because I didn't ever consider I was ever going to address that again. I thought, yeah, it was fun, had fun, did what it did, and moved on. And then anytime I've ever mentioned it, that's the first thing people do. Run to see it. But I'm sure it's archived. It has to be.
Yeah.
They had taken clips out of that. Yeah, they had taken clips out of that, and there was an old show called Talk Soup, where they took the highlights out of all the talk shows at the time, because you had Jerry Springer, you had Maury, Povich, I can't think of some of the other ones.
Yeah.
It was after Ricky Lake.
Okay.
Yeah, this was after the Ricky Lake era. But yeah, it would take the highlights out of all the talk shows, and it put them on a little show called Talk Soup.
Okay.
And they had taken several clips out of that particular show that Jerry done with us, and they had used certain clips out of it.
Wow.
And I thought that was kind of neat.
So you're on 2 shows.
Well, Talk Soup didn't last but 2 seasons.
Oh, okay. That still counts.
And it was a shot in the dark that they thought was going to be kind of a spin-off to talk shows, and it didn't hold the ratings and the numbers to be able to sustain itself. So after the second season, they canceled them.
Mm.
But they're still available to be found in the
Oh.
archives.
So JJ, maybe you can find the Talk Soup clips.
Yep, Talk Soup or Jerry Springer, Honey, I Had a Sex Slave. Or Honey, I Have a Sex Slave is what it is. Honey, I Have a Sex Slave. Man, I hate to get the, rather than remembering before the 94 tour with the Sexy Ball, then I went fucking Jerry Springer. Jesus Christ, man, come on. Suppose that's the nature, though. I had a lot more stamina and presence whenever I was on stage and touring than I ever displayed in any TV performance or anything of that nature. That was always kind of a side hustle.
Yeah, secondary.
Just for the experience. Yeah. And it was fun, you know. And anytime you got to see yourself on TV, I don't care what level of career you have into entertainment, it's fascinating. And it does. It vitalizes you somehow. And you're like, whoa, that's cool. I like that. And then the catering, you know, all the pampering that you get, and especially the attention when you have a crowd and you can interact with that crowd in a way that they become encompassed into what you're doing.
Yeah, they're fans or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was always a rush for me, and I thought it was a give and take. You know, I'll give you the performance, and you give me the energy, and we'll share.
Energy exchange, yeah.
Absolutely.
I would have never guessed in a million years that you were on Jerry Springer. Like, I don't know.
Well, when you consider how long the show ran, and the amount of guests that he had, and the association that people have, I would say that it's pretty close that most everybody by proxy knows someone that was either a guest on Springer or somebody that is associated with a guest on Springer. It's not that strange. It's not that far removed. I just know, you know, it was they were very accommodating.
That's nice. They showed you their guests, yeah.
Yeah, they were. You know, whenever I was doing the tours, I would always have them as a sense of respect and responsibility to me. They would always send cheesecake up at 3:00 in the morning. I always wanted a slice of cheesecake sent through the concierge to my room at 3:00 in the morning. It wasn't because I wanted cheesecake. It was because I wanted to make sure that I was going to be in a responsive care of competent producers and definitely anybody that was directing or managing absolutely needed to be competent. And that to me helped solidify that I was under a competent management and production. It wasn't because I wanted cheesecake.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy it a few nights, you know. One tragic thing that did happen is Jenny Schutte, who went on there with me and my wife and Scott, she got disowned by her family for a while because they caught one of the girls that was one of my wife's friends that went on Springer with us.
Okay.
Her family saw the episode and saw their daughter on there, and they disowned her for a while, but they got over it pretty quick. Her name was Jenny Schutte. And then my best friend was Scott Love. And my wife, me. Another peculiar, interesting thing that I've endured throughout this particular existence is I do not have one best friend that is still alive. They've either been murdered, overdosed, or killed. So I learned not to make friends, at least ones of that nature, where I considered them a best friend or, a confidential level communication where I could trust them.
Yeah.
After I lost the last one, I was like, I'll never do that again. That was fucked up.
Yeah.
He happened to
No,
die with he had a shirt that I gave him. It said, Jesus is a cunt. It was a Cradle of Filth shirt. And it had a big pentagram with a nun sticking a cross up her ass. And he
so
died
you give
in
your
that.
friends?
Oh, Scott, yeah. And he died with that shirt on. And when we went to the funeral, they were doing the eulogy for him. And I never will forget his mom coming up to me and telling me, he was wearing that goddamn shirt you gave him. And she pointed out the pentagram earrings that I was wearing. I got a guest back here. Hold on a second. I got to get to it. And I didn't change my position at all. I just kind of bowed my head and then allowed the funeral to transpire. All right, guest. Give me just a second.
Yay!
Hey.
Can't find it, man.
Well, it shouldn't be hard to find.
Oh, it's pretty hard because he did like 46,000 seasons. He's got all these episodes. He was doing like 200 fucking episodes a season. 200.
Yeah, that's why I was just telling Casey is, the amount of guests that he had over the years and the amount of episodes that he done, by proxy, most everybody should at least be associated or know somebody that was on Springer.
Yeah, well, shit, now I do.
Yeah. It wasn't. Well, it wasn't difficult because at the end of every show, he said, if you have a story or want to be a guest on Springer, contact us at whatever it was, Springer. And fuck, I did. I had a dungeon built into the basement, and I was a shock artist. And yeah, they came to the house. They did filming when they were doing filming, live filming on spot, and they did a lot of video. And then when we had the show date, they actually sent the limo to the front door, and we drove to the studios in Chicago, and we lived it up in Chicago for a couple of days, did the show, took the limo home, and sat back and waited for the episode to air.
Oh, so they came over to your house to like check out the dungeon and take.
Oh yeah, it's on the video. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they got Scott on there, they got Jenny on there, they got me on there, everybody but my wife, because she was supposed to be the unknowing victim of my sexual deviancy in the basement with a babysitter and my best friend, so
she didn't
gotta love it.
Like,
well, that was the storyline, and you signed.
This is the story. It's not a true story.
Look, if you believe everything you see, then you're as gullible as people that go to this panelverse and take things serious to heart. Springer was a production.
You got burned.
Anytime you deal with a production, you know that there's going to be certain aspects of it that's going to be exaggerated. That's just the way it is.
Show business.
And yeah, and
It's
you know,
Cage.
It's like kayfabe. It's all theater. Not all of it, but I'm saying like what you're getting at. There was exaggerated theater shit.
I like Fools and Tools here. He wanted to show and tell. Yeah, back then I was more agile, much more attractive, and was pretty much set in stone as to what my secured future was going to be. You know, but I'm sure, as everyone knows, there's certain turns and different circumstances that change everything within the blink of an eye in the course of a day. And that's what I was subjected to. It comes and goes. It's just that you've got to learn to let go of it. You can't hold on to that small bit of your life over the whole. It'll consume you. It will eat you alive. You will not ever outdo your best performance. And if you do, you're a very fortunate individual. And I would just happen to be, for a while, a very fortunate individual.
How much you get paid for doing that show? Like $10?
Oh, hell no. No. I got the cash advance. We got to spend a couple days in Chicago, financial free, and we got to go on a shopping spree. I went to the alley, went to the Hard Rock and had fun at the Hard Rock in Chicago, and got to spend time fucking around the Ambassador Hotel. Fuck, man. Didn't have any financial obligation or tie to the situation. They paid for everything, and I thought that was a pretty good bonus. And then plus they gave us a per diem to take home with us.
Was that like the highlight, one of the highlights of your life? Seriously?
No.
Good.
That was just
good
that
answer.
was me having fun, man. And that was me sharing an experience with my friends and family. The highlight of my life was when I was on tour. That was the highlight of my life. I will say there was more hedonism, debauchery, and personal exploration into realms that are least traveled when I was touring. This was a controlled production. That was a Springer show. So I had to go by Springer rules, Springer guidelines, and had to stay with the confines of what was acceptable on, commercial television. But when I was on tour, I didn't. That was a whole completely different world. I didn't have, I didn't have to be TV friendly. And I definitely didn't have a reputation to live up to that was qualifiable as socially acceptable. And that's the image that I kept and portrayed for years.
JG,
Absolutely,
would you kindly
years.
remove the picture of that you are claiming to be me?
I don't think I can do it now. Damn, somebody made a sock account with my picture. Move silence.
Yeah, I looked in that account and it says it was created on the 13th of 2023.
Yeah, you can open accounts up and check the dates they were created. So you might want to keep an eye on that, JG.
Yeah, it's
There is
definitely not new, right?
opposition.
It's been watching the whole time, apparently.
Yeah. Well, what you got is a bunch of individuals who really don't understand the mechanics of technology, and they get a phone or they sign into YouTube and they think that they can just divert themselves into some anonymous position and troll or be just blatant assholes when there are those of us who's grown up and developed with this technology and understand the mechanics of it and have worked with the mechanics of it from programs.
Yeah, it looks like someone's playing games, Gigi.
Yeah, well, Access, as the content creator, can you please delete those too? I'd appreciate it.
And delete.
It's not even you though.
You can always retract the message. You're going to retract the message and leave it there, right?
I'm looking to see. I don't have my, I've been watching the monitoring here.
I can't do it on. I use the StreamYard website, not the app, so I can't even do that on here.
Yeah, you guys are modded up. You should be able to hit that out of the chat. I'll do it if you can. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she left.
What a fucking asshole.
Buddy, you're making noise on the camera.
Who cares, man? Deal with it.
Sorry about that, KC. I should have checked that fucking link, but I know who that's associated with.
Yeah, that dude, I posted that link. Casey did porn. That was a joke. I didn't think she would be like, oh.
Yeah, she's good people, man. Nobody needs to fuck with her.
Well, originally she tightened up, but girls will just say, man, the shit they do sometimes.
Well, that's just it. You're dealing with the juvenile aspect of the human mind whenever they don't think that there's consequences. And especially whenever they don't realize exactly how dealing with somebody on a mental level in an exchange like this, it actually affects some people. You know, for me to use this platform at times as a stabilizing point for my imbalances in life, drug addiction, mental illness, I know how powerful this medium can be. You know, I've used it to keep myself stable and sane many times, more than once. Hey, man, how's it going? I hate they've done that to Casey. You know, have to get a little vengeance on that one. There we go. But yeah, it's the absolute revealing of a immature and undeveloped emotional state. Shows the lack of development. You're welcome, Casey, and I apologize for that. I had no idea. I should have checked that link, but I was monitoring pings. But any problems that you have, you do have a wrench, and if you need it to be made into a more than just a general monitor, I can do that for you.
Yeah, I apologize,
I have no problem.
Casey. That was a joke, but didn't land.
No. Sometimes I think that people lose sight of the fact that it's generally, and it's hard to it's hard to comprehend that people that are broken or that are lacking or who are in a state of developmental arrest turn to social media for support or some type of engagement that makes them relative. And I've noticed more and more that people are coming to social media, especially the panelverse. And these are some of the most broken people that there are. You know, I'm broken. I have no qualms about that. I'm amongst the worst of them.
The fuck does broken mean, though?
Well, it means that I had lived to the point where I no longer hold any type of level of social influence that would be considered redeemable to anybody that has a moral compass. You know, fuck, I eat dead mice on fucking screen. And, you know, I constantly slam religions, and you know, you piss me off, I'm gonna cause you great harm or disrupt your ability to function on here. And when I mean great harm, I mean to your digital presence, not to your physical. And I just abstractly stay in a bizarre state of just overindulgence. I'm no longer a
All right, so
role model.
you're basically identifying yourself as all this and broken.
You would think, you know, to society as it's expected to function or was expected to function at one time, I hold no bearing there. I hold no influence there. But amongst a cast of characters that are just as, you know, obscurely minded as myself, I fit right the fuck in. You know, it's very easy for those who have issues or those who have challenges to mix in and be more at home with a peer group that also has the same conflicts and, you know, the same shortcomings. If it wasn't for that common thread and that showing up so constantly on everything that I do, whenever I'm dealing with recording any type of data, it's always a contributing factor in the end to the data that I collect. That's how I found out that there was a social and financial algorithm to feeds. There is an algorithm that kind of directed and built the panelverse that was built within. I imagine Google would have had to have been involved in that, because the common thread that runs between most people in this community that has a participating point of reference in it, I've recorded to the point where I can see the common thread. It's relevant. That algorithm has absolutely put everybody in a position to interact with each other. You know, it's crazy. It really is. And to think that that type of engineering is happening on a real, like, life level, just fascinating. It just shows how easily programmed, manipulated, and over the course of time, socially classified. You know, and I'm sure that they would deny it. I'm sure that they would lie about it. You know, but they just got busted. I sent Pam the day that they got busted. Google got busted here a couple days ago. I sent her an immediate notice. Hey, Google just got busted. That actually went in and retrieved the documents, but Who knows? Nobody's taking credit for it. They're saying it was a leak, but they got totally stone cold busted for algorithmic engineering. Amongst a couple other things. And because Microsoft released their quantum chip, which outdid the Willow processor the day after Google got slammed. And Google was the one that had come forth with the quantum chip that they had just introduced to their platform, the Willow chip. And then suddenly there's this incredible document leak that exposed Google and the algorithms. And then Microsoft releases their quantum chip the next day. And their processor is outdoing the Willow. Now there's another one that was just released a day ago that is outdoing Microsoft, but it's still under scrutiny and development, whereas Microsoft's is ready to be engineered into they're probably going to engineer it into anything that is Microsoft based. I thought maybe Gates had slowed down on his development and had backed out of the digital arena a bit, but he's still present. Microsoft is, and his philanthropy is taking on its own body now under this administration. Him, Musk, definitely. He's stirring shit up so fucking bad that people are calling it a dictatorship, and they're calling it cohorts of government. And he's just with that Doge shit that he's doing, man. And now he just went after the FBI, and they're dismantling that. They're going into the postal service. I mean, they're dismantling and taking apart the construct that held this together so that new infrastructure can come in. And I'm thinking Musk, before it's over with, is probably going to introduce us to a new chip and technology that they base that Stargate infrastructure on. Because it's in Texas and it's not far from where Tesla's developing. I can send you, if you want, I can send you links on that. Pretty intense.
Yeah, it's just more stuff we gotta do our homework on. What's propaganda, what ain't.
Well, I can tell you, if they're re-engineering the infrastructure, that means they're going to re-engineer the social dynamics. And if they re-engineer the social dynamics, that means technology, as we understand it, probably changed just as quick as it did whenever interactive platforms and interactive services started. And that would have been back in about 92, 93. Because I was able to get on interactive platforms that were BBS systems back in 92 and 93. And we had a developed web page for, it's called New Artist Showcase. And we were doing music. And we were promoting and upcoming bands and music and New Artist Showcase. And that's when I first started getting into development. That was me and John Mantis. Back when I thought I was going to be a digital pioneer, and then my career took back off really quick. And before I knew it, computers were being used to synchronize music and create and develop music instead of me taking the direction that I should have taken for financial security, which would have been investing into technology with my innovations. I enjoyed the entertainment industry more. And I sacrificed all that to be able to go be a hedonistic bastard and an overindulgent drug user. But I suppose we all have mistakes that we made, you know.
Life's all about failure, man. It's all failures, all mistakes. That's what it's all
Well,
about.
isn't that a part of the development of learning? You know, you gotta.
That's what I'm saying. You're not gonna.
Yeah.
You're not gonna achieve something without failure.
Right. Right. And there's a profound nature to that. You know, that's why I'm a lot more acceptant of situations that I've been introduced to than I would have been before I understood that. You know, I would have been raised in hell with my neighbor, God, and everybody else because what the fuck? But now that I understand that good holds up evil, evil holds up good, and as long as you've got that positive and negative flow, whether it be right energy, left energy, negative energy to positive energy. I mean, there's always got to be an opposite result to create that function and flow of something to move forward and develop and present itself as a functional energy. And once you understand the aspect of both of them, and you can encompass the understanding that without my bad days, I wouldn't have good days, I learned to accept them a lot better. It's just that other people don't. They're not as acceptant. They're more easily offended than they are acceptant. And they're more apt to hold a grudge than to forgive. And I understand. You know, it's just a part of the way the human psyche works until you come to terms with it. And you understand that both of them are relevant. Don't like them. I think it's a design flaw in the manner of way things are created, but I'm not God. I didn't create this place. You know, I didn't manifest myself into existence. There was something else that was in the equation that put the underlying code into this. And that's just a part of their discretion, I guess. And had things been, I don't know, more comfortable and more serving to my needs of comfort, somebody would have had to have suffered. So I figure if I'm in a disposition where I'm not as comfortable as I was, it alleviates some of the polarity to that. And there's a rebound. You know, there is that energy that rebounds from that. And that keeps it going. You know, it's within the yin and yang sign. I mean, it's obviously been known for eons and ages that that's the way things work in this particular state. Now, being resistant to it, that's another thing. And being accepted to it, well, that's a completely opposite aspect, isn't it?
Axis, I gotta bounce, man. I gotta get to sleep before it gets too cold.
JG, thank you for showing up, brother. I appreciate you being a guest and contributing.
Yeah.
Anytime, brother.
Kid, you got a link for that Jerry Springer video? Somebody said he had it.
Yeah, Cage looked it up one time when I was on his channel.
I can't find a watchable episode. Like it shows up, episode 55, season 10, but you can't find a watchable video.
It should be available. I mean, um, there's certain web pages that archive his old shows. I know I went back and looked at a few different. He had the extreme portions of some of his shows done, and he put them together as compilations. And I know that those are still online because I've accessed those and watched those, so I know the episodes should be out there. But he did some pretty extreme clips and takes from some of his better shows. I always checked it out to see if our show had ever showed up on any of his extreme videos or most memorable videos. And that's how I found out that there was that Talk Soup connection. I thought that was pretty cool. I think Cage is maybe tending to his children. Yeah. Awesome. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, my mic got disconnected.
Oh. Yeah, it's one of the things I've been noticing, man, is people have been getting kicked. I've gotten kicked a couple times on certain shows that I've been on, certain platforms, certain ones I've done here. If you trigger certain words, certain phrases.
It's also if you do certain things with the mind access. I've seen this. I've noticed this throughout my life. Electronics will start malfunctioning and shit. You have like the TV turn on by itself and change channels. Shit like that.
Right?
Yeah.
What? The one that concerned me was whenever, because I sit here and I do my research and I don't talk to anybody, and when I communicate with this rat, it's either by image or by, noise, and some bitchin' phone was pulling up advertisements and shit for stuff that I know I didn't voice. I never spoke a fucking word. I know I didn't. I'm like, how in the fuck is that possible?
Well, why? Because everything's an inward, outward projection, really, right? And when you become more aware of it, you'll see these synchronicities and these different. It'll be like it's like everyone's like fucking knows without even knowing. You know what I mean?
Right. And I'm like, that is wild as fuck, man. So I figured it was.
None of it surprises me anymore.
Yeah, right. I got you on that, man. I never would have dreamed in a million years that I would have chosen this particular time in my life to fight this particular battle. I'd done made up my mind and determined that, I was pretty much satisfied, done.
When you want the doors to open up, then you better have etiquette and hold the door open for someone else.
Right. And one of the most valuable lessons I learned out of that was being able to.
You just pick the lock or fly it off the hinges. Brute force it if necessary. But
yeah, it was. This whole thing has been quite the experience, Cage. I've had an incredible life, but I can tell you, my interactions into technology on a social level have been intriguing as hell. You know, and if I would have known at the time what people gravitated towards, I would have had a superior advantage in the entertainment industry, a complete superior advantage. You could have just absolutely tested the algorithmic flow of the crowd, the response to certain songs. You wouldn't have had to depended on so much involvement of industry and corporation. You could have done it all yourself if you knew how to develop the insight on algorithms at an earlier point in all this. I would have, man, that would have paid off like that fucking sports almanac in Back to the Future when Biff got that sports almanac. I mean,
Oh,
shit,
the farmer's almanac. Yeah.
you know, it's pretty amazing. And then I make it relative to metaphysics, and I look at the position of planets and the constellations, the moon, the sun, and the cycles, and it's an algorithm. It's just another algorithm controlling.
Like J.P. Morgan, and yeah, that's very true. It is an algorithm. There's an algorithm to reality, and even an outward projection like a star. You could
Yeah.
You can see. You ever heard J.P. Morgan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of the quotes from him that I always found interesting. He says apparently he says millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do apparently.
Right.
And it makes sense, right? If you go back to like John D. and that, dealing with the royal family, it was like that's where 007 comes from. He used to sign his name 007. And
Yeah.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
into no kind of stuff and like esoteric kind of stuff. And he was like pretty much who ran the shit behind the scenes. You know what I mean? With the royal family.
Well, I can understand. A lot more dealing with the hands-on technology and algorithms that I can tangibly see without charting them out over a certain period of time through recorded history and positions of stars and constellations and houses. You don't have to do all that anymore. It's right there available to you in real time, and you can go back hundreds and hundreds of years, and you can see where constellations were, the development and the process that the Earth took, society, different staples of houses affecting culture. It's a trip.
So you can see a constant there with the constellations. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And what kind of reinforced and gave me a broader perspective on what we are as a created entity. And this construct was being able to make it relative mathematically to an algorithm. And then I realized that, fuck, even esoterics is still confined within that algorithmic, predictable range. It was relevant. It made absolutely coherency and sense to follow it.
As within, so without. Right?
Right? Exactly. And it's it's like, really, how much of this is influenced through cycles, and how much of this is actually developed through free will. And I'm seeing more and more of it being less developed by free will and more developed by cycles and influence. Night, Casey. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for being a guest. If you need modded up higher, let me know. She's pleasant enough.
Yeah. I don't think she's the type of person to abuse disabled children and stuff, right? So
Right. Right. That really, wow. What a deviant. You know, if you're so irrelevant to yourself that you have to exploit the less fortunate, man, that's
I don't wish any harm on anybody, Access, but people like this are seeing this behavior, and eventually, you know, you fuck around, you're gonna find out, guaranteed, and everyone's gonna be held accountable. And it doesn't mean it's a negative thing. If you do the right thing, you meet people on the level, then you have nothing to
right.
worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. Actually, you'll be rewarded. But, you know, you get your reward, be it negative or positive, whatever you want to call it.
I totally agree with you, Cage. You know, and my
Like buddy like
my
that, you know, like he does it to the wrong. Like eventually, what you're gonna do, what happens is you get made an example out of. You want, and it'll be a public example too, if you want to bring it public like that.
yeah. And I think in my arena, he's definitely stepped into that position. You know, I don't take a strong stand against much of anything. You know, I may bitch a little for a bit, show my ass, but I'm not going to use exploitation.
Exactly.
And
What time is it? Right? Look at the clock.
right, I don't know, man. No, it's just it gave me a deeper look into some of the characters that I was around throughout my life, and it really exposes their state of mind, their disposition, what they
Like
were actually.
if you want to really create reality, right? You know, there's sorry for the interruption, Access, but it just came to mind quick. You know, there's a rendering process, right? If you want to,
Yes.
if you want to be a part of a fucking movie scene here, then you know, there's a rendering process. So just because it doesn't happen automatically doesn't mean it's not in queue, right? You want to get queued up. What time is it? It's fine.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's repercussions, opposite polarities. It's all relative, and it will manifest. You are absolutely right on that. And everything that I've ever done and collected here has come to pretty much the same conclusion, man. And I'm like, wow, you know, this is a trip. And I could identify and I could see exactly where things are going to peak, where they're going to, you know, start to decline. It was a trip. And I was like, man, this is all so predictive. This is all so comprehensible over a long period of observation. In the short term, you wouldn't notice. You'd never know what was happening. But when you look at the algorithm and the development of people's decline over 2 years and the drastic dispositional change that takes place is just absolutely profound. And to think that there's a chip that can do that within a matter of seconds over, you know, the compiled information is just gives them the advantage. And it's just almost an unimaginable advantage if you have access to that type of information, especially over the course of a long period of time. They can pretty much predetermine exactly where you're headed, the state of where you're headed. They can look at your development, your social givings and takings. They can identify you down to.
It's fucking baby food, really.
Yeah, but some people are still spoon fed, man. I mean, look at these emotional, you know, leeches and these endorphin-seeking individuals who.
You know, it's funny, Access. I was in the elevator. They put a fun fact on the elevator screen. There's like a screen in the elevator where I live at.
Right.
And I see one. They said they found an ancient spoon, an ancient magical spoon. I'm like, let me bring this in. Yeah, Access. Thank you so much for having me. I'm off for now. If you're up, if you're still on later on, I'll probably return. But yeah, take care, brother. And thank you so much for the information and that. Yeah.
Anytime, Cage. Remember, man, we got a lot of shared history, brother. It's all good.
I got you, bro.
It's all good. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Wow. Been quite the endeavor this evening, and I like to see that people are still conscious and still aware that there is a need. There is some type of understanding and compatibility between social constructs and how people interact and develop. There's still forward movement. There's still progressive thinking. I've had the fortune of having a wonderful bunch of people here this evening, especially in the chat and on panel. I think this has been quite a productive little situation, and I'll leave this stream up, and hopefully somebody along the way finds some information to further your hope, give you a reason, or just flat pisses you off. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the show, part of the channel, and the endeavor. Access out.